Alright, we're about a minute early, but why not? Hello, welcome back to I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. This is our second playthrough on this channel. And we are a teenage exocolonist right now. Just turned 13. And I am gonna be having to play this game so much on my own. But I thought at least I'd do this playthrough on stream since it seems that's a big fan favorite. People really like it. So I hope you guys enjoy. Right now, we've already got 6 hearts with this. And probably because of that, we're quite rebellious. 70 rebellion. So what are we gonna do today? So we're in early pollen. I'm pretty stress-free. All of my brainiac traits are quite low. Maybe I should go to class. See, I don't even have the 5 reasoning needed to start engineering classes. Alright, let's try life sciences. See a notice on the engineering holoweb. Professor Howell is looking for someone to help with after-school tutoring. See, I am a dum-dum, so I cannot. So, I'm gonna focus on my own studies. You can't very well teach others until you learn the material yourself. Exactly. I can see everything, but at what cost? Oh, come on, y'all. That's not enough? 15 isn't so bad. Man, I have a lot of kudos. I should do something about that. Alright, mid-pollen. Do I have enough to start engineering classes? Yeah, let's go. Did I pick up the items? Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything. Alright, yeah, let's go do engineering class. This is the dry sciences. But this class won't be dry. We'll also be learning about nuclear engineering. Yes, at a beginner level. Because we got a nuclear reactor in our ship, powering the colony. There we go. Oh god. None of it. I'm like a doll down there. I don't know. So... why not? We'll have a dongle this time since we didn't last playthrough. Uh-oh. Oh no. You and your friends giggled through your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Oh god. Puberty, it felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind even as you notice Cal's voice begin to drop or Mars starting to dress differently until one morning you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are squelchier than you expect them to be down there. You were having an exciting dream and then something happened and you can already barely remember. Oh god. You just want to close your eyes again. Remember congruences, sexual education classes, and you're really not ready for their real world practical applications. After a few minutes, you muster up the courage to look under your blankets. Yeah, that's a thing. Last time I dealt with the mess, what if I just ignore it? Oh, that's so nasty though. Oh god. Yeah, I can't handle this. I'm gonna deal with the mess. You wait for your parents to leave for work, calling out to you that you're gonna miss breakfast if you lie around in bed. When you're sure they're gone, you carefully strip the sheets on your bed and stuff them into the recycler. You put in a requisition for new sheets from the depot and continue on with your day. That night, you find your dad waiting for you. He's pulled your privacy curtain back to show your stripped bed and looks up with a knowing smile when you enter holding new sheets. No! He laughs, putting on an exaggerated detective impression. Now I can only think of one reason why a teenager suddenly cares about doing their own laundry. He points at you and exclaims, "By Jove, I think I've got it. What's up, Solanace? Got something to share with your old man?" Oh my god. You can feel your face getting red as you ignore him and make your bed, but it doesn't stop him. Ah, kiddo, it's okay to feel a little wet behind the ears. Ah! You retreat to your bunk and slam the privacy curtains so you can't hear him make any more jokes. Ah, he's so embarrassing. What is happening? You feel on edge today, like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. Feels like a fount of new energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Solanace. Good god. Oh, it's late pollen. That means it is Tammy's birthday. Tammy presents you with a carefully folded pair of your socks. I hope you don't mind, Solanace. She says, I was in the laundry room and I noticed that your socks were starting to get some holes. We're only supposed to use the nanoprinter for things that are really important. So I figure you wouldn't mind if I fixed them the old-fashioned way. You take the socks and see they're mended now. A little ugly, but at least the holes are gone. Let me know if you have anything else you need it mended. We all have to do our part. Here, I got you a present. Cake! A birthday cake! You remembered! Yay! I sure did. So if I remember right, I can't actually go... Yeah. Wait. Yeah, no more boss events. All right, what should I do? I could try working at the depot. Get myself some persuasion. Seek rolls their eyes when they see you report the depot for your first day as a clerk. Oh, it's you, they deadpan. At least you might learn something useful while you're here. People submit requisitions for the nanoprinter through this portal. It's your job to program the correct routine into the nanoprinter to fulfill their order. Then you mark it as available for delivery or pickup depending on if we have a delivery person available, and we almost never do. Alright. With that perfunctory explanation, Seek leaves you to figure out what to do on your own. It's okay for the first hour or so, because no one puts in a requisition at all. It is pretty early. Maybe everyone's still asleep. Alright, let's catch up on some sleep. Oh god, plus 10 from hormones. Oh god. You put your head down on the counter and close your eyes for a moment. No one's even gonna notice. You're jerked back to reality by a haptic pulse through your holopalm. Your first order. You excitedly open your holopalm to read it. Elbow grease, 1 gallon. It reads, from Cal Geoponics, delivery ASAP. Oh no, I'm too dumb to realize that he's making a joke. No! Fill requisition. You fix the requisition to your holo screen and fire up the nanoprinter. Huh, there must be something wrong because you're not finding anything under... You're about to punch in the parameters for something similar to what's in the requisition before you hear someone laughing behind you. OMG, Mars exclaims, leaning over your shoulder to look at your holopalm. Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Like, Solanacy, that's not even a thing. Mars snaps her gum in your ear as she reaches over to dismiss the requisition. Here, I saved you from being a nullhead today. Now you owe me one, she says. I take payment in acts of service. She hops up to the depot counter and primly crosses her legs. I'm so totally relieved to have you as my assistant here, Solanacy. Finally, someone to haul boxes and fetch things so I can focus on the important work. Sounds good to me. I don't care which one of you is in charge, Seek interrupts, so long as you get the work done. Mars can hardly wait until Seek is gone to giggle. Either way, I'm glad you're here. This job is usually so boring. Seriously? Yeah, screw it. Early dust. I got a stick for the dog later. Well, I'm gonna have a... You know, I'm curious. I want to see... Since I'm gonna have 50 stress healed by Vertimnalia, I'm a little curious as to if the boss stuff changed out here on the plains. Or nearby, I mean. Alright. Utopia is working near the gates. The area has been deemed safe enough for kids to go for a hike so long as you're back before dark and never go out during glow. There ain't a lot to see out here, she says. A logging camp, a few fields, some nice lookouts. You've been out here before, but that was when you weren't supposed to, so you let her give her advice anyway. Keep your eyes peeled for useful things like that mushwood log. She points to a light, sturdy piece of wood by the side of the road. Lumber carrier must have dropped it. It's fairly safe out there, but that doesn't mean totally safe. She cautions, don't go too far, and if you see anything what scares you, run like heck and make a ton of noise. She helps tighten the straps on your backpack. What you hoping to see out there, sweets? Stuff to collect. Utopia laughs. Taking nothing but photos, leaves nothing but footprints, she teases. Suppose it's different on a brand new planet like this one, she says. We actually do need samples of basically everything, especially stuff what might be edible. She slaps you on the back. Things regrow pretty wild out there. If you've picked a place clean, give it a gear. I bet it'll look like you were never there at all. Oop. Oops, didn't mean to go that way. See, I've got 100 perception, so I can just run past everything. It's glorious. Oh my god, Kitty! Oh my god. So there's some turkey feathers that are around here because Stella likes to play with them, but she just came in here with one in her mouth, like she was holding a kill. I've never seen her carry the feather in her mouth before. That was so cute. Okay. Ooh, Hapai. Oh, maybe I can take it home with me this time. Oh, instead of being caught in a machine, it's hunched down low, its foot completely nestled under its body and shivering uncontrollably. Its enormous eyes roll around in confusion and fear as you approach. Maybe I can try to take it home with me this time. Yay, I'm gonna save it, finally. The Hapai kisses and tries to bite you. It doesn't want to be touched. You throw your jacket over it, then carefully pick it up and put it in your pack. You crack the zipper a bit to give it some fresh air. Your dad helps you make a little nest for it in an empty part of the geoponics barns. Every day, you bring it food and water and gradually nurse it back to health. Cal takes an active interest in the recuperation. Utopia says that Hopeyes don't really have a gender, he says, as you're washing out the pen together. Or maybe she said they're both and they're really social. What are you gonna name them? I said Mrs. Hoppington last time. Sir Hopsalot, Hoptimus Prime, Hop Solar. I'm gonna go with Hoptimus Prime this time. A noble companion who's more than meets the eye. Amazing. Perfect. Cal offers the Hopeye a piece of bobber fruit. Cute! Optimus Prime plucks the fruit from Cal's hand and hops onto your lap to snuggle down and nibble on it. Cal snaps a photo with his hollow palm and shares it, captioning it Friends for Life. Aww! Now I have 2 pets! Oh, that just sends me back, does it? Alright. Ooh, food. Our 4th Vertimelia celebration. Let's thank our cultivators for their hard work. Output isn't where it should be, I'm sorry. Do it our best in geoponics. I'm proud of every member of our team. Hopefully next harvest will be better. Alright, let's get on with the games. Talent show, because that's what Dis is doing. Dis and Mars are your competitors for the talent show. Dis is up first. He stomps on stage wearing a silly top hat and cape. Waving a magic wand, he introduces himself as Dis, the destroyer of reality, and tells everyone to step back because he's gonna pull a Hopeye from his hat. He takes his hat Off his head, and a very surprised Hopeye falls out and boings away into the crowd. Predictably, this upsets Dis, and he flees the stage in embarrassment. Dis, no! Mars takes the stage next and launches into an incredible lip-sync performance, complete with holographic fireworks at the end. Passing as you go to take your place at the stage, she sticks her nose in the air and wishes you luck following that. It's your turn. What do you do? Oh, I don't get their friendship anymore for this. No. Do a juggling act. I'm gonna do a bigger, better lip sync. Take that, Mars. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we have potential. Damn. All right, I'm gonna push through. Mars isn't the only one who can rely on cheap tricks like hollow pyrotechnics to win over a crowd. Your performance not only includes fireworks and light effects, but also 6 holograms of yourself all doing a synchronized dance. Oh my god. It's a hit! You win by audience applause. Mars shakes your hand and thanks you for actually giving her a challenge this year. Finally, it's time for the feast, but it's not that special. They're pretty slim. Oh, why are your parents like this? They're being doing geoponics this time. This sucks. You're probably just hungry, so you eat your dinner, and then you do feel better. And oh my god, my hormones are out of control. So Dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. So I am feeling chatty because I'm popular. Kiddos are doubled for 3 months. Alright. Wait, mid-dust? No, it's late dust is Cal, isn't it? Yeah. So let's study humanities. Oh yeah. And instances scolding Tangent. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, I recognize the error of my ways. You poke your head in the laboratory where Tange scowls and wipes her eyes. Ooh, I'm sorry. What were you working on? Tange sighs and rubs her eyes harder. Something I've been working on with Chief Engineer Instance, she replies. I'm not supposed to talk about it. And I don't want to talk about it. Losing the data was my fault. Tange continues. I want to prove that I'm not the little kid from biology class. I'm ready to work hard and make great discoveries. I mean, we already cured we already cured Shimmer, even if that was mostly me. Dr. Instance has always been there for me. When I was a kid, and now with my mother gone, she's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become. She says she believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. Tan chums in agreement. I certainly hope so. Yeah, let's go. All right, so this time it's Cal's birthday. Cal! Oh my god, I have both. I don't know why I didn't notice before. I have both pets hanging behind me. Animals love me. Look at this. Such cute little noises. Take bobber fruit. Oh wow, that looks delicious, Cal exclaims. Thank you for the birthday gift, Solanaceate. You know I love to eat. The garden looks deserted, which is strange. Cal's usually here taking care of the animals or playing in the dirt or fetching things for the adults. You spot a pair of dirt-streaked legs dangling over a piece of equipment and clamber up beside Cal on the sun-warmed metal. Cal's distracted by something in his hands, but he looks up as you sit down. Oh, hey, Solanaceate, he greets you. I didn't hear you, buddy. Sorry. Look what Tammy gave me, he says, holding out a weirdly shaped doll with green, stringy hair and lopsided eyes. She's the best, he says proudly. It's so cool that she can make stuff from whatever other people think is garbo junk. He lies back against the machine and raises the doll to the sky, letting it block the sunlight from his face. Tammy's my best friend, he continues. I know we all grew up together, but like Tammy's really special, you know? And she kind of dulled. No, that's so mean. I don't. Yeah, she really is. Cal looks pleased. I'm glad you think so. We used to play together all the time on the stratospheric, like all the time. Man, I remember one time. Cal squints into the sun and rubs his chin. Sorry, before you got here, I was just thinking about how when we were like 4 years old, I promised her that we would get married when we were old enough. Aww. An enemy teases me about it. She thinks it doesn't count because we were just kids, but I keep thinking about it, you know? He looks down at the doll in his hands. It's truly ugly, but maybe that's part of its charm. What do you think, Solanaceate? People change. That's so romantic. Tammy, come on, I'm way better. Wink, wink. No. That's so romantic. Cal smiles. Oh, this increases Tammy's confidence. Aww. Do you think so? Really? Aw, man, that's... He looks away from you and strokes his thumb idly over the face of the doll, where the stitching was done with a little more care. It almost looks like Tammy meant the doll to look like Cal. Well, if you squint. Thanks, Solanaceate, Cal says quietly. That means a lot. I hope she feels the same way. Aww! You and Cal spend the rest of the afternoon basking in the warm sunshine and chatting about growing up on the stratospheric. He gets a little quiet whenever Tammy comes up again, but otherwise it's a perfectly happy day. Oh, so cute. I think we could get our empathy up. Why don't we do some babysitting? You're relaxing after hours when Antecedent pops her head in the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice, is looking for someone to help with part-time cooking duties. Someone young, someone responsible, someone organized, someone... She stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have some too much free time on their hands. I'm not organized enough. Well, if anyone changes their mind, I could use the help. Yeah, let's go! Super goal! Early wet. That is Mars's birthday. Oh, they're arguing. Udicott's like, you're speaking out of turn. Don't question the decisions. I honestly thought better of you, Marzipan. You need to set a better example for the other children. It's okay to have your own opinions, but kids just can't do whatever you want. You have to follow the rules and respect your elders. I am setting a good example. Hello, the only reason we're here is because a bunch of people on Earth knew living on Earth was nonsense and decided to do something different. Maybe kids should have more authority. Stay quiet and respectful. Udicott stands up a little straighter. Excuse me, young lady, she rasps. To whom do you think you're referring where you call on the bravery of... To whom do you think you're referring where you call on the bravery of those who left Earth and dreamed of a new world? I have been in command of this colony longer than you've been alive, she continues. Unlike you, I see that as a strength, not a weakness. For example, I remember a time when children would stay silent and learn from the experience of their elders. Why, back on Earth in my day, Mars locks eyes with you and gives you a subtle, can you believe this, expression as Udicott goes on one of her formless rambles about how life on Earth wasn't entirely bad and how this colony could use a little old-fashioned human discipline. After a while, Udicott loses her train of thought and puts her hand on her forehead. Both of you get back to your duties, she sighs. Marzipan, I don't want to have this talk with you again. Mars makes a disgusted noise and storms off. How's Daddy-O doing? Your dad is up to his elbows in rich brown dirt. You've rarely seen him happier. Aw, hey Gooseberry, he says, scrunching his nose at you instead of waving. Here to give your old man a hand? I could use some. I'm gonna help him with the animals. So I'm lassoing a float cow. Your mom is staring solemnly at a wheelbarrow of withered, gnarly-looking crops. She says to the agriculturalist, entering the stalk into his hollow palm. I hope this isn't going to be the case forever. We're going to be in real trouble soon. She looks up as you approach. Solanacy, do you need something? I'm good. I can't help at the farm yet. Or with the animals. Alright, I'm gonna work in the depot. Oh yeah, we have our other Secret Fun Times Club, and we're gonna figure out the mysterious smell. There's a mystery afoot. Clue 1, weird smell. Clue 2, flickering lights. Cal sniffs the air. The smell's coming from that vent, he says, pointing to a screen in the corner. I'm gonna get up close and take a whiff. You use your smell sense to detect hints of things cooking. Maybe you should check the cafeteria kitchens. It smells awful in here. Auntie Seaton is here, fanning the nanoprinter with a cutting board while it belches out foul black smoke. Oh gosh, kids, she says, don't come any closer. This darn nanoprinter's on the fritz again. Everything that comes out is awfully burned, and I don't want you to breathe in the smoke. Every gosh darn day, she mutters under her breath. Tammy quietly points upwards. The lights are flickering here, too. You take a closer look. There's some kind of black dust near them. That's weird. Little clumps of it are stuck to the wall and the ceiling, all around the outlet in the back of the nanoprinter, too. Climb up onto the counter, much to Auntie Seaton's annoyance. You put your hand near the black dust. Your hollow palm makes your hand tingle, like it's vibrating slightly. Electromagnetism. The ferromagnetic materials in our hollow palms are reacting to the presence of magnets, or an electric current. I think it's this dust. Go play somewhere else, my darlings. You follow the clumps of black dust through the lounge, down a long hallway to the children's creche. It's quiet here, and instinctively you all walk softly and stop talking. You slow as you approach the playroom. Shh, Tammy says as you reach the door, and you suddenly stop. Nemi, Cal, and Mars bump into you from behind. Sorry, she whispers. I hear something. It's like something eating. Something really, really small. Tange notes this, but to you at least, the room is silent. It's dimly lit, except for the hollow projected teddy bear in the corner that keeps flickering on and off. The one that nearly killed Tammy. You thought Professor Hal fixed it. Right, bravely enter the room. Yeah, we caught the bug that that chews on, that makes electronics go on the fritz. And that's what would have killed Tammy in the first place. If we didn't save her. I think we've solved our mystery. They must be feeding off electricity, then storing it like a battery to use for self-defense. And this dust must be their excrement. Fascinating. Report your findings to Professor Hal. He realizes these pests have in fact been siphoning off electric current in your ship since it landed, and are responsible for some dangerous power surges, like the one we prevented from killing Tammy. Damn, 30 kudos. Let's go. I gotta spend some of these kudos. Woo! Oh shit, I forgot to give Mars her present. No! Oh well. Alright, let me check if there's any more boss events. Nope. There's more collectibles, but I think I'll live. Alright, what am I gonna need out there? I got enough bravery. I could work on empathy. Maybe some more babysitting. Most kids in the creche go home at the end of the workday to be with their parents. But some live there full time. Anne's triplets, for example, as well as orphans from the wormhole crash. Oh no, the wormhole crash left orphans. That's really sad. And children whose parents have simply opted to have them raised communally instead. You've heard that orphanages on Earth could be troubled, but here in the creche everyone is cared for equally. They're lucky, in a sense. In the creche they have a huge family and so many siblings to play with. You and Tammy are putting 2 of these creche kids to bed. Tammy is cuddled up with one of them, reading a book out loud. Tonight's story, Tammy begins, is about a little vacuum bot named Litter. One night, while Litter was charging, there was a power surge in her charging station. Zap! Tammy tickles the children for emphasis. Almost like what happened to you, no! And the next morning, when Litter woke up, well, instead of cleaning, she decided to go on a grand adventure. Tammy makes the story up as she goes. She has the vacuum bot venture all the way out of her geoponics dome to the other side of the colony to meet her cousin bots in engineering. Everything goes wrong and the little vacuum bot gets scared and lost. After Captain Uticott saves her and brings her back to geoponics, the little vacuum bot vows never to go exploring again and lives happily ever after. The kids are sound asleep. She's so great with kids, or... I might as well see what the other one says. The moral is to never have adventures, but Tammy stammers. It's dangerous out there. I wouldn't want these two to sneak out of the colony and get hurt. That's why I like stories, she says, curling a lock of the sleeping child's hair around her finger. We can have adventures in our minds instead, safe adventures. Well, I've been sneaking out forever, so I guess I might as well say this, even if it's gonna make her sad. No, her confidence, I'm sorry. You argue that if we didn't test our boundaries, how would we know if we were capable of, or what our limitations are? Bumps and scrapes are a natural part of growing up. Tammy shakes her head, looking down at the sleeping children. But what if it was worse than bumps or scrapes, Lanacy? It's not a fairy tale out there where everyone lives happily ever after. It's dangerous. It's not worth the risk. Well, Tammy is right about that. Tess! Tess, hello, hi, how are you doing today? Been a frustrating day at work, but I bought yourself a tasty lunch. Oh, I'm sorry work's been trying, but yeah, you gotta treat yourself. The game's going good. This is my second playthrough streaming. This is actually my third playthrough because I played another one over the weekend, but I'm going for like the fan favorite romance this time around. And I'm doing good. I already have a stat maxed out at age 13, which is insane. So I think I'm in a pretty good position to get where I need to go. Because after you play this once, then it's like a giant chess game. Trying to get your stats where you need to be by a time. You've been lurking in a bit for these that you're curious about the story. Oh, wow, good to know you're lurking. Ooh, thank you for lurking. Yeah, we're gonna see, so starting next year, we're gonna be in a famine. And in my second playthrough, I was able to prevent the famine. And now that I have perception at 100, it's gonna be like pretty easy to prevent the famine. Which is important because the famine led to my mother working herself to death in my first playthrough, and so last playthrough, preventing the famine, I was able to save her. So, see, your mom mutters to herself as she pulls potatoes from the ground in clusters barely larger than your palm. Still, you hear her say, before her head jerks up and she sees you standing there. I didn't see you there, Solanacy. What do you need? Oh, wait, this is important. It's Dis and Tangent's birthday. Dis, there he is. Dis is fiddling with the toggles on his jacket, watching the comings and goings of expeditions. I want to go with them. He mumbles, but like not with them, you know? Like, I just want to be alone in the wilderness for a while. A little smile plays on the corner of his lips. It sounds nice. Oh no, it's not all sunshine and bright colors as the pictures suggest. My first playthrough was brutal. My first playthrough was brutal. Oh, yeah, but you get to remember stuff that you've done in your past lives when you do subsequent playthroughs, so I've been able to, prevent a lot of the brutal stuff from happening the second time around and third time around, so that's good. I have 20 sticks, yes, all right. It's his birthday. I gotta give him the white astrantia. Is that one of your mother's flowers? +10 friendship! Look at this! Are you sure? Thank you, Solanacy. Oh, he liked it. Oh, what's our friendship at now? Oh my god, look at that. We're at 73. All right, and it's Tangent's birthday too. Tangent, happy birthday. Science is the language of all things, even on a planet such as this, Tange says. As foreign as it seems, all living things act according to their biology. Tange tilts her head. And as biology is simply applied chemistry, which is simply applied physics, this means anything that is observable, and many things that are not, are governed by the rules of mathematics, which are as elegant and constant as when the universe began. Have a medicinal root. It seems you've remembered my birthday. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set aside these roots to analyze later. All right, now I've got a few events. All right, Tangent, what's up? Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young. All right, she hates being patronized. He leaves and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. Oh, she compromised some of the samples. Oh, what's up, Tange? Tange grimaces. Just great. Well, I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffs. It's so gross here, she says. I probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, she whines. And he comes over here telling me it'll be okay, Tange. Like it's his job to console and patronize me. I hate being patronized too. You both sigh in unison. Oh my god, my rebellion is like max now. I hate being young, she says bitterly. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. What I don't need, she continues icily, is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. Hello, Solanacy. Tammy bounds over to you. I have a present for you. She presents you with a gift. It's wrapped in homemade wrapping paper, scribbled with hearts and flowers. Open it, she says, bouncing on her toes. You open the gift and pull out a handsome handmade doll. Its lumpy, misshapen face gazes up at you from a patchy nest of yarn hair. It's a doll. Her name is Dolly. Tammy says proudly, I'm making them all for the kids I babysit. You told me once that your favorite toys are dolls, so I thought you might like one. Give it a hug when you're feeling scared, and accept her gift graciously. Tammy's homemade gift, yay! You thank Tammy for her gift, and she clasped her hands in front of her heart. I'm glad you like it, Solanacy. I worked really hard on it. Yay! Right, she gave me a big ol' list of questions earlier. That was to pick out what gift she would make for me. What should we do today? Let's do combat training, maybe? Defense training. You heard Security Chief Red is on the lookout for lookouts. Yeah, my perception is I'm literally eagle-eyed, so that is for kids to chill out on the walls all afternoon and count Xenos. Sounds way better than going to class. He gives you a once-over, nice, eyes narrowed. All right, he says, look over there at the end of that field. What does that sign say? You can read the sign easily. It says, if you can read this, your eyesight is 20/20. Huh, what a weird sign. What does that mean? Rhett nods in approval. Good, you pass. Come back next month and I'll put you on the roster. I know I've got lookout duty. I'm gonna be so good at lookout duty. I've got 100 perception. So glow is the coolest month. Everything glows, but it's dangerous, and it's dark all season, so we're not allowed out. You're way too scared to go outside during glow season. Besides, the gates are closed. And pick up some crystals this month. You find Dis illuminated by only the glow of his hollow screen. It's easier to read when it's dark, he explains. There's less glare. This is the best season. "21, 20, 21, 22. Nemi counts, bouncing a sports ball on her knee. 24, 25, 26. Oh, hey, Solacey. She tucks the sports ball under her elbow and smiles at you. What's up? Maybe I should... Oh, I don't have... Oh, I have 10 Xeno eggs. Yeah, have one. Whoa, this egg looks tasty, Nemi exclaims. Wait, I can't eat this, right? You really love the art of this? Oh my god, there's so much gorgeous art. Like... Oh, sweet, I can just go to the gallery. This is some of, like, the CGs that I've gotten so far. They're so pretty. It's another good one. But yeah, this is a good one. This one fucking destroys me, though. Sexy alien. And the ending art is really pretty, too. Like, I've gotten two so far. Two endings so far. I got Botanist ending and Rancher ending. So, as you can see, there's a lot of endings. And they have all the background art. So there's still one place I haven't been. I wonder what that is. But yeah, there's some cool looking areas like this and this. There are a lot of ways to play this game. Oh yeah, for sure. All right, I'm gonna rest this month. I'm gonna rest up on the walls with Dis. The view from the wall during glow is absolutely breathtaking. The wormhole seems to smother the sky like a swirling jewel-toned bowl pressing down on the gloom. Everything in the wilderness is lit up and seems to breathe in and out with the planet. Like one living creature made of stars. It's beautiful. You can almost forget how dangerous it is. These are good cars. I'm not gonna forget one of these. Rut-row. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's gonna be an attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. They're collecting glowflies in Geoponics Gardens with Cal and Nemi when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Nemi declares she's gonna go to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Help defend the gates. You stumble down from... Oh my god, am I at like 100 rebellion now? Oh my god. You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with seething walls of hop eyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. Not just hop eyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls that's dark and chaotic. Palm sees you through the fray. Solanacy! He shouts, get to safety! I don't have good enough combat. You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up and see Nemi shouting encouragement from the wall. I've fought bravely before. Should I fight? I can't fight tactically. Should I fight bravely or run away? What do you guys think? Well, you guys haven't seen me fight bravely. I could just be stupid and get punched in the face. Take a sip of water. Oh god. Nemi's probably gonna get a little upset if I run, but... Fight bravely? Okay. Making up with guts for what you lack in sense or skill, you charge in without a plan or a real weapon. I got injured. You're immediately rammed in the side by what looks like a living pile of rocks, and you go down. You see sky, then dirt, then sky again as you're tossed through the air before you land in a heap at the base of the wall. Through the ringing in your ears, you can hear Nemi screaming for Calm to help. You stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. You can feel blood trickling over your face, and it hurts like someone stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Calm runs over and sends bolts of energy coursing from his stun gloves to the creature, but being mostly comprised of rock, it seems unfazed. It does, however, swing its head to look up at him, giving you a chance to flee. Alright, I'm gonna be a hero. Maybe I can finish this challenge. 96 is pretty intense for this time, but... Oh, that's just for the physical skill increase. That doesn't count for this. Oh no, I should have changed what I had equipped. No! All right, let's see. I don't know if I can do this. I might need to redraw a hand. I do have a lot of collectibles, so that might help. I don't know if this hand is much better. I don't think this is gonna be enough. I'm probably gonna get my ass kicked again, but... $35, getting closer, but not quite. What's going on here? Oh, this is the gameplay. This is a card game where, like, you get more points if you have... Oh, let me just go here. You make the best hand you can. For challenges like this, there's 3 rounds. You get bonuses for flushes, pairs, and straights. Basically. You get a lot of points for straights. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I don't think I can make 64 with what I've got without wasting everything I have. I can maybe draw 1 card as a, yeah, that's the worst card I could pick almost, so yeah, I'll give up. Your broken body is leaking like a garden hose, but somehow you manage to improvise a spear out of a bit of rebar from the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting its attention. So, as you can tell by all the skipped text, I also lost this challenge the last time I did it. So I haven't been able to win this one yet. From the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting its attention and you jamming your spear into its armored body looking for weak points. It seems impossible. The thing is all rock. You can feel yourself beginning to lose hold of reality, your vision fuzzing out at the edges. Finally, Calm yells, "There!" As it roars. You lunge for its snap-jaw mouth and jam the spear in and up. There's a terrible moment where nothing happens. An inhalation of fate, and then the creature tosses its head and you with it, flipping you into the air and into its mouth. Like a frog being eaten by a turtle, your legs kick in the air ineffectively if it tries to gobble you down whole. So now I have a scary memory, because all of the cards are memories. It's dark in here, it's not a happy place. So basically I have a memory of getting vored. Amazing. You're mercifully wrenched back out before the acidic grinding of its gizzard causes you to lose conscious entirely. Calm drags you away as a fresh group of soldiers tries to drive the beast back out of the colony. You'll need time to recover from your injuries, but Dr. Instance patches you up well enough that you can make it back home that night. Yeah, fortunately, we have very advanced med beds that basically automatically heal injuries and stuff. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke, your mom says. They're just not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields, the lights. Okay, your dad replies, taking her hands across the tabletop. We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics. They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. Hey, Rutabaga. Then he sees that you're limping a little loopy from the medbed. Solnacy, are you hurt? It was only a flesh wound. Your mom frowns. Now is not the time for joking, she snaps. Get to bed, it's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. I don't need you making stupid choices and getting yourself killed on top of... She slumps on top of everything else. Making stupid choices, getting myself killed. Ooh, I grew up a little. Now I'm a teen. We're all teens, so everybody's appearance changed a little. So this is what Nemi looks like. Nemi scratches at her cheek, then scowls a bit as blue scales flake off. Stupid acne, she mutters. On top of everything else, I got this too? Have an egg in this trying time. Wow, this egg looks tasty. Wait, I can't eat this, right? Dis, emo kid Dis, let's go. Oh, music. Oh, Oh, I gotta turn off the auto skip for this part. You catch Dis on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his hear speak. He doesn't notice you walk up. No, not everybody is an alien, but everybody was given genetic modifications. You get to choose yours at the beginning of the game. Mine this time is eagle eyes. Like, I literally have eagle and owl DNA in my eyes. Nemi's genetic modification is that every time she gets an injury, it scabs over his scales so it'll protect her better. Alright, you catch Dis on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his hear speak. He doesn't notice you walk up. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his holopalm. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbles, then flops backwards on the grass to look up at you. Man, I was just getting to a good part of the song. What are you listening to? Dis looks away. Just some old music from Earth. You probably wouldn't like it. Try me. You sit down beside Dis and extend your hand to link your holopalms. Dis stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and music floods your brain through your hear speak. Dis takes his hand back and listens as he takes his hand back as he weaves his fingers together, timid. I listen to a lot of Earth music. He says, do you like it? He asks. I love this band. Dis cracks a smile, relieved. Good, he says. It's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like her voice. He stares into his lap. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me, he admits. They're just so deep. Like my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? It makes me feel better thinking that someone knows my pain, even if it's just a dead Earth woman. Sounds deep, man. Dis nods and closes his eyes. Yeah, he replies. I have a lot of time to think. Not like everyone else here. You lie back in the grass and listen to Dis's music for a while. Hold his hand! You reach out tentatively and link just your pinky fingers with Dis, feeling him tense up beside you. He darts you a nervous glance, then looks back up at the sky when he sees you looking back at him. His cheeks go completely red. He doesn't hold your hand, but he doesn't move away either. Ah! We're getting there! Oh, this emo kid, he hasn't told me explicitly, but I have a strong suspicion of what his augment is. My strong suspicion is that his augment is that he has no fear. So he has a lack of fear, which would kind of go with his sister a little bit, is that she can survive on a lack of sleep. So it's more like she needs to sleep a little bit, but it's more like every few days or something like that. Yeah, so an enemies is armor scaled skin. I don't know what Cal's is, really. Still don't know that one. Mars is that she feels no shame, which actually gets her pretty far. Tammy is enhanced hearing, so her little pointy ears give her, like, super hearing. And mine are, like, has eagle eyes, but In my previous playthrough, I had what was it? Calm temperament, like nothing phases me. And then the very first playthrough I did on stream, I had an absorbent brain, like I could like absorb a lot of information and retain it. And then when I got to 100 biology, on my 100 biology stat, I had an option to give myself a second augment. And I gave myself super strength. So there's the augments I've had. All right, Nemi. You find Nemi in the sports ball bleachers, intently focused on her holopalm. She looks frustrated by whatever it is. What's up? I don't know what to get Calm for his birthday, she grumbles. I have to top last year when I made up a sports ball trophy and gave it to him. She turns off her holopalm. I'm just running out of ideas, you know? What kind of stuff does he like? Nemi shrugs. I don't know, cool stuff like sports ball and defense squad stuff? She smiles and rubs her nose. He's the best brother. He always plays with me in the triplets even if he's zonked from work. And he never gets mad or teases when I get in trouble. He's just like... Nemi sits up straighter and squares his shoulders, imitating Calm. You know, Nemi, she says, lowering her voice, you have to play by the rules. So that's why she likes to play by the rules, because she's trying to be like her brother? Ooh, okay, this makes things make sense. Nemi picks out a blue scaled scab on her knee. I love him the most out of anyone here. I just want to get him something good. More than your mom? He'd appreciate something from the heart. Yeah, you're probably right, Nemi says. I just don't want to get him a little kid gift, you know? Like how Mom taught us how to make stuff with macaroni and glue. She wrinkles her nose. Or how Tammy always gives people weird dolls. What's up with that? The problem is I'm not good at that stuff, she complains. What's something I can do that's easy or still cool? A picture of the two of you? As long as I don't gotta put macaroni on the frame, Nemi replies, laughing. But yeah, that's nice. He'll probably move out of the family quarters soon. And that way he'll always have a picture of us to take with him. She jolts up. Oh, I have the perfect picture too. Thanks, Solanacy. This is a great idea. Hey, Squirt. What are you doing up there? You look down at the pitch where Calm is standing with a sports ball under his arm and an easy smile. Is this knucklehead bothering you? Nemi gasps, then laughs. Calm! She whines. Solanacy is my friend. We're just talking. Calm drops the sports ball to the ground and rolls it under his heel. I'm getting the team together to run some drills. They can come too. Nemi looks up at you, hopefully. Sure, I could use the practice. Nemi cheers and scampers down the bleachers, launching herself into a full body hug with Calm. Aww. You follow her descent more cautiously, listening to her chatter with Calm about her day as they walk together across the pitch. She really loves her big brother. Ah! How can I save him? Tammy is sweeping. This is what Tammy looks like, a little older. We saved her. She looks a little older now. Tammy is sweeping the stoop of the lounge. She looks up and shades her eyes as you approach and gives you a sunny smile when she sees it's you. Hello, Solanacy, she says, leaning on the broom. It's always nice to see you. Here, I got you a present. A flower. Ah! She squeals and dances. I love flowers, even weird alien ones. And yellow is my favorite color, too. Oh yeah, Tess, by the way, these two little critters are my pets. I'm collecting animals, alien animals, I guess, as pets. What do you think of my hair? Mars asks, fiddling with the end of one of the twists. I see you eyeing it. I'm growing it out. She sighs and buries her face in her hands. It's so boring here. I am literally watching my hair grow. I found something you might like. Or wait, tell her about your day. Mars is always talking about how she's bored and wishes there was more to do. There are 100 reasons Vertumna isn't boring. You try to list them all. There's all the cool plants and new constellations to look at, and just yesterday you watched a Dorbs moth squeeze through a crack in the wall no animal should have been able to fit through. Mars listens politely, but starts yawning halfway through. Less bored is still bored when it comes to Mars and Vertumna. That's what Mars looks like, a little more grown up. Oh yeah, let's talk to Cal. You spot Cal and Tammy in the garden. Tammy is sitting on the fence, with Cal leaning against it beside her. They seem deep in conversation, and you watch as Cal reaches up and tucks a lock of Tammy's pink hair behind her ear. Ooh! Cal spots you and smiles, causing Tammy to look over at you and blush. Hey, Solanace, Cal says, what's up? Do you need me for something? They're flirting. Oh, we still need to talk to Tangent. Despite representing only 2% in an average healthy adult weight, the brain consumes, at rest, 20% of all energy produced by the body. So she shaved her hair. Tange says, looking down at the pressed protein bar in her hand. So many resources to maintain such a relatively small organ. It's inefficient, don't you think? If any of us demanded such a large share of colony resources, we would be reprimanded. I don't have so many tangent things to give. I'll hang on for now. Oh, by IQ, she's considered a genius. Fun. Alright, what should I do this first month? I kind of want to get 1 point of empathy. So maybe I should babysit. Most of the kids here are too little to have their own holopalms, so you work a lot with real, actual paper and craft supplies so they can work on their fine motor skills. You make bunting to put up on the walls and proudly hang their scribbles on every available surface. Eventually, it all goes back to the recycler to mulch up for fertilizer for the gardens. It's a little sad, but in a way, it's kind of nice that the kids are part of the process. You take them to go visit the garden whenever they're sad that their drawing has gone bye-bye. Aww. It's your birthday! You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing on Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Oh, they do this on purpose because this is the freaking year where everything goes wrong. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake so they can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching the dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock on the door. It's Antecedent! She sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and looks at you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Solanace, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special. So important. You're becoming a young adult, but I want you to know that I will always, always be here for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. I think I did these two before. I'm gonna do, but since I'm so rebellious, I'm gonna say, okay, enough with the mushy stuff. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, mixed maturity, how about you call me Aunt Anne from now on, like all the other adults do? Now come on in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Nemi standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyway. She's been growing it out and there's no hiding it behind a corner. Yeah, Anne is Nemi's mom. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Thanks. I thought you were on your way to medbay, Anne tells her, and Nemi shrugs. Anne turns to you. Annie is supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today, she says. Mom! Nemi hollers. Gross! Solanacy doesn't want to hear about my period. Anne smiles fondly at her daughter. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. Oh my god. Stop it, stop it. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. It's a sign you're growing up and becoming an adult and ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. Nemi wrinkles her nose and throws herself on your bed. I'm never making life. Ew, pass. Eek, gross-a-rooney, right? Nemi agrees. I haven't chosen that one before, so this is new. She's always like this. You think this is bad? When I got my period, she made me a cake. The red gooey center that said, welcome to womanhood. No! Antecedent, no! She rolls her eyes. It's bad enough I shot up overnight and got boobs and want to cry all the time. She has to go around telling everyone too. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. I'm pretty sure Nemi is also Antecedent's only daughter, so she was probably extra like that. Oh, look, birthday visitor, as your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you. But I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats your hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Solanacy. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Nemi leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. But I don't know how the colony would manage without her and her children's creche, she says, points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you, Solanacy, and don't you forget it. Any events? I think I'm gonna wait until I'm not injured anymore to, I think I'll need to rest to stop being injured, right? But I don't want to waste all of this non-stress I have. Oh! Event. Oh yeah, my birthday! I got you this, birthday cake, yay! It's okay, it tastes like regular soy cake too. I'm gonna share it with Tammy. That's the same as all the other years, but I stopped doing skip text for now. Maybe I should turn it back on, maybe I should toggle it on and off a lot. What should we do? I'm so close to 1 point of empathy. Maybe I should just babysit one more time. A stomach bug is going to the creche right now. No! And everyone is absolutely miserable. You and Tammy have both missed the worst of it, but Auntie Seton and the majority of kids are taking it pretty rough. Tammy is cleaning up a vomit incident by the holo projector. No! While you strip the affected kids and get them into the bath, you come out with a bundle of soiled clothes and trade off with Tammy, who gives you the mop and bucket to take back to the laundry room while she finishes up with the kids. After so long working together, especially during this latest crisis, you're pretty good at working as a team. Antecedent pops her head in the creche to check on you. There are broken capillaries under her eyes, and her greasy hair is up in a bonnet. Poor Antecedent! But she still gives you a tired smile. Then her nose wrinkles at the lingering smell of vomit. You're a hero, she says. Thank you so much for tackling the kids for me. You look down at the mop and bucket and dirty clothes on your hand. Does she think you did this all by herself? Yourself? Tammy did most of the cleaning. Antecedent laughs. You're both doing great, she says. Please tell Tammy I'm very grateful for your help. She leaves, but not before sending you both some kudos. Aww. Tammy comes out with one of the younger kids wrapped in a towel, and the two younger ones weaving tiredly behind her in robes. She's starting to look tired. I'm gonna put these little cakey to bed, she says. I'm gonna spray down the floor with some antiseptic too, and I'll sterilize the bathtub. Then, well, I guess we'll need to sterilize the bottles again and boil and cool some more water. Oh, then by then the laundry will be done. Good luck with that. You don't have to do everything yourself. Tammy puts on a determined smile. It's okay, she says. It's my job, right? We all need to do our best, and well, I am. This is what people need me to be right now, that's all. Just make sure to grow a backbone. No, just make sure to take care of yourself. Tammy's nose goes pink like her hair. Oh, Solanace, she laughs. Don't worry, I do. Just not when someone needs me. She takes the kids into the quiet room for their nap. Oh, so close. All right, I got 1 point of empathy. Oh, I should also change my equipment. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, spa! I wanted to unlock the spa because I have so many kudos. Let's go. So the spa is great. You can forget memories, which I thought was like sad at first, but really it makes getting your cards so much easier. So sports ball sucks, so let's forget that. And so does the Vor one because it's unchangeable. All right, what else? This one's a little weird. But there are worse ones. Let's get rid of one of the delusions. Let's get rid of discovering. And I'll keep 50 kudos for something else if I need a cake or something. Salutations! Hey, Sam! Hey, Sam, we're becoming better friends with Dis, who, is fully embracing emo kiddom. Dis is rifling through his backpack, and as you approach, he pulls out a handful of dried roots and fungus chips. There's actually a lot to eat out there, he says, looking out into the wilderness. You just have to pay attention and listen. I should just start giving him random things to see if he likes it. You like crystals, dude? He does. Oh no, it's just regular. Thank you. This says, clearly unsure about how to react. I'll find something to do with it. The only thing I know that he likes is strange devices, which I have not. I can't get them yet for a couple more years. But maybe I don't even need to give him a bunch of stuff because look at this. Look at this. He's already at 75 friendship. So we're probably fine. I probably don't need to sweat it. I'd be way more emo if my name was Dis. That honestly sounds like a nickname an emo kid would have. Yeah. Well, the thing is, oh. Wait, I shouldn't spoil that. He'll probably say it anyway later on. Dis is short for his full name, and his full name is like even more emo. All right. What should I do? I should probably rest just to get rid of. But I'll get 50 back. But that's not the same as resting. Screw it. I'm gonna rest. Wait, no, I should relax on the walls. Hang out with Dis. The only spot of excitement this month was when you filled in for Nemi when she needed to use the bathroom, and just by chance, you happened to notice a small pack of hot buys starting to chew through some cables. Nemi is a little peeved you got the accolades for spotting them, but it's not like she can complain. You weren't even supposed to be on lookout duty. These are good cards. I'm not getting rid of them. You're ready to leave your quarters one day when you're stopped by your mom, who hasn't left for work yet. She's always been an early riser, out to the fields before sunrise. She specifically stayed home to talk to you as a bad sign. Sit down, Solanace. She says, we have to talk. I don't want to talk to you. Okay. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I've never been rebellion this high before. She has given me a talk. Oh, no, this is bad. You sit down across from your mother. She stares you down, just looking right into your soul like she's counting up every bad thing you've ever done. Fuck. I don't think you appreciate how much I know about you, she says finally. With the amount of freedom you kids have, you forget that you're being watched. I don't like what I'm seeing. And your attitude, she spits, is absolutely atrocious. I know you're a teenager and you're supposed to push boundaries, but this is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Oh, shit. I've never seen this before because I've been such a good kid in my previous playthroughs. Stay silent. She bangs her fist on the table for emphasis. This isn't some Hollywood high school drama, Solanace. This is real life. This is life or death. Do you get what I'm saying? People are going to die if we don't work hard enough, she shouts, standing up from her seat. She scrubs her face and sits back down with a thud. You have to learn how to fit in, she says, quieter. You're part of a larger community, an ecosystem. You're supposed to be learning that, but you're running out of time. Soon you'll be an adult. People will need to rely on you. Oh, shut up. You're putting too much pressure on me. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll say I'm sorry. Your mom nods, her face tight. I'm just trying to give you the best start in life, she says. When I was just a little older than you are now, I was fighting a war against the people of Earth. First they ignored us, then they mocked us, and then they attacked us. She pats her prosthetic leg. And then we won. All so that we could give you the chance to grow up here. I don't want you to waste it. Your mom reaches out and pats your hand patronizingly. Oh no. I remember being your age, full of anger, ready to fight anyone who told me what to do. I wish someone had told me that I deserved better. I wish... She shakes her head. You can do better than this, Solnace. You just have to apply yourself. and listen to your elders. This colony needs you to be a part of it. It's why you were born. For a literal rebel fighter, your mom has a strange relationship to authority. You'd think she'd understand what it means to want freedom above all else. She's such a hypocrite. You're sick of people telling you what to do, thinking they know what's best for you. They don't know what it's like to grow up on an alien planet. They don't know what it's like to have all these weird thoughts and dreams. Oh, well, that's true. They don't know how it feels to have all those weird thoughts and dreams. That's just a you thing. I couldn't be mean to her because I know she's literally trying to work us out of a famine. She's going through enough as it is. You leave the front gates and see Dis talking to one of the senior surveyors. He listens intently to their instructions, and the surveyor hands him a satchel of instruments and claps him on the shoulder before walking away. Dis turns to you. Hey, Solanace. He hikes the satchel on his shoulder and gives you a shy smile. Still kind of weird to be allowed outside the walls. Remember when we used to sneak out? Dis's eyes crinkle at the corners. It was so easy to avoid Chief Surveyor Tonin, he says wistfully. Aww. What's the weirdest thing you've seen? Dis looks up at the sky with a thoughtful look. There's this big rock in the Western Ridges that's almost totally flat on top. He's already been to the Western Ridges? He really is exploring. You're thinking about AI recently? You've gained tabloid articles. Oh. Oh god. Yeah, AI's been feeling a bit weird lately. Things feel a little all over the place online, don't they? Oh wait, I've actually been to that rock he's talking about last playthrough. There's this big rock in the Western Ridge that's almost totally flat on top. When I get near it, it makes me feel happy. He smiles. It's so strange, and it's really hard to leave. The first time I went there, I laid on top of it for so long I almost missed the transport back. I know it's my job, but I haven't told anyone about it yet. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like it wants to be kept a secret. That's normal and makes perfect sense. Neat, I won't tell anyone. I'd love to see it. Sounds kind of romantic. An isolated place that makes you feel good? Yeah. Dis blinks at you like the thought hadn't crossed his mind. He frowns. I guess. He says as if the words taste bad in his mouth. Dis looks pretty busy, so you say goodbye and let him get back to his work. You'll have to let him keep some of his secrets for now. Keep your secrets. Very well then, keep your secrets. Egg. Nemone. Nemi is in the middle of tying her mane of hair away from her face. Oh, hey, Solanace, she says, hair tied between her teeth. Just about to go for a run. Wanna come? I have so many eggs. Please take one. Whoa, this egg looks tasty, Nemi exclaims. Wait, I can't eat this, right? Wait, Cal likes eggs too. You spot Cal kneeling in the dirt, digging up root vegetables and frowning. They're so small this year, he says, holding one up and examining it. Yeah, I'd love to see it sometimes what you'd say in that situation. It's also very romance cliche, but maybe there's just not enough nutrients in the soil. Is it something we're doing wrong? Have an egg in this trying time. Is that an alien egg? Cal exclaims, wow, I wonder what's inside it. If it's still warm, maybe we can hatch it. He lifts it up and scrutinizes it. An enemy's always talking about wanting to eat a big ol' alien egg. He says, if this one's not fertilized, I'll give it to her. Alright, Alright, I'm gonna... I know we can't go to the ridges yet, but... everything's reset. Maybe there's something new to do. Since I have 100 perception, I feel like I should use it. Because I can just abuse going and exploring everywhere. Alright, hi Utopia. Utopia is sorting through the stuff the foragers have brought back and putting them in the bins to either get analyzed or taken straight to the kitchen. Hey, sweets, she says, not even looking up. You headed out? You and Dis take care of each other out there, okay? She sighs. I gotta get through all this before day's end. It'll take me all day. Unless you're herring to help out? Sure. Utopia lays out an assortment of mushrooms. Alright, here's a simple one. Which of these fellows are poisonous? Alright, I've got perception. I've got so good perception. Pick the right ones. Mushrooms? You got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen, and it's easy to pick them out of the assortment. Great work, sweets. Oh, I got forage from the, I didn't know you could unlock forage in the valley this way. Oh, so you can unlock it early. Let's go. You're a regular pig. Don't worry, that's a compliment. On Earth, they used to use pigs to snip out buried mushrooms. Go out there and dig us up some, why don't you? Finish up what you were doing on the survey team, but come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers. Yes! She says. You'll be in the Valley of the Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries and other vegetables. Because we need to prevent the famine, even though they haven't even told us there's a famine yet, but I know it's coming. See, I can run past all these things that would usually block me because I have 100 perception. It's so beautiful. It's so gorgeous. The world is at my fingertips. You can't be 100% sure if what you see is a bot or not. True. I know, right? It's spooky. I can just run through everything. Alright. What's this boss up to? You hear Dis shouting from nearby to come quick and look at this. You meet up with Dis on a curiously clean part of the path. There's no twigs, pebbles, bits of grass, or the ubiquitous Dorbs moth scales that litter the area. It almost looks like it's been swept clean. And there in the middle of a perfect circle, 3 meters wide, is what you could only describe as a shrine. A hollow, waist-height structure made from twigs and packed spark snow forms the centerpiece, and all around it are deliberately placed piles of colorful fruit, flowers, and glittering stones, like an offering. Did you make this? Dis looks at you as if he starts speaking in tongues. No. He says angrily, I know you think I'm weird, but not this weird. I was just asking. Alright, stake it out and wait. Perception challenge? I got 100 perception. Are you kidding me? I can do this. I can do this. Come on! Yeah, we're so close. I will give up 1 log because I have like way too many, and I think I'll live. Wait. Oh, I know what to do. I can do this. I can do this. Come on! Yeah, we're so close. I will give up 1 log because I have like way too many, and I think I'll live. Wait. Oh, I know what to do. I will give up 1 log because I have like way too many, and I think I'll live. didn't even need to use... I'm good, I'm good. You hang out for hours but don't discover anything except how boring an idea this was. Dis takes a nap. You're almost falling asleep when something shuffles into the clearing. It's a bush bub. It crawls slowly along down the path. It stops to pick up a pop flower. It stops to pick up a stone. When it arrives at the shrine, it carefully places the flower in the pile of flowers and the stone in the pile of stones. Then it picks up the stone and repositions it just so. This creature can make a shrine? That's freaking cool. You wonder if the creature is somehow religious? Or is it trying to attract a mate with its little show of decor? There's so much you don't know about the animals that live here. Keep exploring. That was cool AF. Alright, now I gotta come up with... try to figure out which ones of these are interesting. There's something just blocking my way. I can turn back, which is nice. Ooh, there's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket. Round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. Hi, Elia. Dis is scouting further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. Dis is good. Look at this. I've already got 76 friendship with him. And I'm 14. Catch up with Dis. There's no adventure where Dis is either. This is some peaceful territory right here. Boring. Also, I've got 100 perception already, so I'm just running everywhere. It's so fun. I just ran straight to the boss, and now I'm working backwards. Spark snow is driving down. Visibility is poor. You can barely see your hand in front of your face. Wait, no. Yeah, my bravery needs some... At least I have 1 point of bravery. But yeah, I should work on it. But the good thing is I can probably build up my bravery a bit doing all of this stuff out here. There's movement. It doesn't even look corporeal, almost like a cloud, like the snow is coming from it. But it's impossible to get a closer look. Ooh, mysterious. See this, and then stuff that doesn't look that interesting I can just skip if they allow me to turn back. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You've spotted a small animal in the crook of a tree. It's so perfectly camouflaged you can only really see it when it breathes. You've got a camera built into your holopalm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You'll need to put in the work. What happens if I find something else to photograph? You take pictures of some random plants, boring ones that don't run away or bite. Utopia doesn't think they're worth any kudos for some reason. Aw, so that's the boring answer? Bravery challenge, here we go. Something sparkling catches my eye in there. What could it be? I know what it is, but... Something sparkly in the spark snow? No way. Got a crystal cluster, yay! And I have +1 bravery, yay. You aren't scared of some pond or whatever might live in it. You march up to the edge, keeping your eyes on the shiny prize and paw around in the snow looking for whatever that shiny whatever it is. Looks like a pretty crystal just sitting on the ground. Good find. Well, probably all these bush bubs will have bravery things. There's some familiar looking fruit. Hey, you've seen this bush before. There's no rock underneath. It's all part of one creature, an arborescent photosynth, the bush bub. It pays you no attention, continuing to blend in with the rest of its surroundings like a boulder. Pick the fruit. You're not letting it get away with being delicious. You grab some of the fruit as the bush bub rises and roars in anger. Yep, you knew it wouldn't be happy. Right, I'm gonna calm it down because my animals is way higher. I only need 12. Piece of cake. Even that won't get me super. Oh well. You soothe the bush bub, but it doesn't seem interested in letting you have any of its fruit. Could it be the same one you harvested the last time? It lumbers off into the forest. Crystal. You're crossing a clearing when you hear a terrible cracking, pounding sound. A bush bub bursts through the tree line, barreling straight towards you. Whatever is making a bush bub run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. And be brave. The creature pounds past you, its powerful, stone-like gorilla arms smashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you and goes around you without even looking at you. You look around, but there's no sign of whatever motivated the bush bub to run so fast. At least that's something to be grateful about. Oh, that wore me out? Okay. That's fine. Alright, I'm gonna turn off skip text again for a bit. You're at lunch with your parents, sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. And they put down their cutlery and look at each other, then you. Solanace, your mother says, there's something we should tell you. We tried to shelter you from some things, but we think you should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics. There's a meeting after lunch and I want you to come with us. I already know about the food. Your parents exchange surprised looks. Oh, you do? Your mom asks, how? You scramble to explain that they haven't exactly been subtle. The announcement of Vernalia plus how stressed they've been. You can put the pieces together. No, you didn't live it in a dream of a past life. Your mom smiles. Our little kid is more mature than I realized. Still, I want you there. Sure. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars is also tagged along. And you take a seat near them as your mom and Aunt Anne stand to address the council. After Uticott officially calls the meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not gonna mince words, your mom says firmly. All our efforts to increase food production in geoponics have failed, and the destruction of the fields during the last attack put the nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. The rest of the council members murmur in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks. You've been doing doomsaying about our food supply for 2 years, Flulu. Rhett questions, do you mean to say we're past the point of no return? Your mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing a Vertumnan food source, our supplies will run out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. Anne and I have gone over the supplies and come up with food plans. We've crunched the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry. Geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have all been able to wean ourselves off of soy rations. During the wormhole transit, when we lost geoponics in the hull breach, she sighs again. I know I've said it so many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed the microbial soil from Earth. It's not Mom's fault. It's not. Survival of the colony shouldn't rest on one person's shoulders. It's not fair. She's been working harder than anyone. She did everything she could. So, Elia, I was looking on Google, and no, not even the dictionary can, like, agree on how to pronounce it. I think Solanace might be, like, the British way to pronounce it. It was just easier for me to say. But if you think it's, but if, like, the official sources say it's Solanacea, I could work on that. Solanacea isn't that hard to say either. The council mumbles an agreement. You decide they probably never really blamed her or your dad. Oh yeah? Yeah, I know. It's like nobody can agree on how to pronounce it. She did everything she could. The council mumbles an agreement. You decide they probably never really blamed her or your dad. The only holdout is Mars. He crosses her arms and grumbles that it's clearly a problem with leadership. So what do we do now? Instant asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't, your mom replies. We need to secure a food source this year before our rations run out. We're working double shifts in geoponics, but it's not enough. We need more people planting, tending, turning the soil. We need more hands. I can pull back the surveyors and focus on foraging native plants, Utopia offers. Even the young folks can help if they've proven themselves around the survey equipment. I'll send out a holo message later. This has been the burden of geoponics for too long, Uticott says. It's time we all step up for our future. The council nods in agreement. Your stomach rumbles ominously. Well, I need to rest before I go foraging. Save the colony. So I'll go sit on the walls. It's windier up here on top of the wall, so the pollen is somewhat more bearable. It's a relief to be able to take a full breath without coughing. Waiting out the season up here is a good idea, and you get caught up on some reading. Both of these are still okay. Alright, well, let's get out there. I'm gonna solve this in 3 seconds flat. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster your first expedition with the foraging team. Solanaceae! I'm glad you could make it. We need everyone we can get out here right now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack, more like a basket than a pack. Use your hollow palm to identify edible and medicinal plants and throw them in here. I'll sort them back at base camp and be on the lookout for creatures. Pretty peaceful out there in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path, don't get lost. They don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? What's a fine lady like you doing in a... Will Dis be with me this time? Utopia looks like she's trying not to smile. Oh, you think I have a crush? Nah, Dis is good at finding new things, just not so much the same things over and over. You'll be okay, though, she continues. You won't be alone out there, and you're doing important work. You're about to leave when Utopia snaps her fingers. Hold up, Solanaceae. We're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herds and either produce something edible or reproduce quick enough that we can slaughter them for meat. You see anything that fits the bill, tag him and bring him back. Remember, in my first playthrough, when I couldn't even get through here because this Vriki was, like, blocking me? Now, I am free. You come to... Oh, this is the egg? I'll leave it for now, because I know that gets a little... The Valley of the Vertigo spans a huge and relatively safe area, so it's rare to see other foragers out here. It's surprising then to come across Utopia and 2 other foragers crouching in the underbrush. Psst, Solanaceae! Utopia hisses, beckoning you over. Get over here. You slink over to the other foragers. Through a gap in the underbrush, you spot a terrific sight. A fully grown manticore has fallen into a nest of at least 20 snap bladders, and they're engaged at what looks like a battle to the death. Holy crap. I've got 10 kudos on the snap bladders, she says. I fell into a nest once. I was laid up in the med bay for a week. Poor manticore, one of the other foragers says. I can bet kudos on it. What a way to go. The last forager snorts. These snap bladders don't have a chance. I'll take 10 on the manticore. The manticore roars in pain as it's torn apart by the whip-fast, hungry snap bladders. Holy crap. I've never seen this one before. I'm gonna bet on the snap bladders. It's not even a contest. The manticore's roars get weaker as it's poisoned and slowly torn apart piece by piece. Finally, it collapses into the carnage. The snap bladder nest is ravaged, but a few lizard-like heads continue to tear into the manticore's carcass. Guess they won, Utopia mutters. You collect your winnings. All right, let's get in there and scavenge what we can. Utopia says, be careful, those snap bladders are still dangerous. Oh my god, I've never seen that one. You might have almost missed this place, but for some reason you feel compelled to stop and look around you. There's something weird about this place. About this springy, spongy dirt. You have the faintest memory of eating the ground? That can't be right. Wait, that's right. The ground is edible. You kneel down and feel the spongy texture beneath your feet. You pull out a chunk and brush some dirt off of the dirt? Wait, what? It all comes back to you. In a dream, in another life, you recall taking a sample of this porous substance, sponge cake, and studying it in the lab. You remember discovering that it's nutritious and can be easily cultivated. In your mind's eye, you see fields of this stuff, and more drying out in the sun. The kitchens would take it and grind it into flour. Yeah, look at this! +5 to our colony food. You dig up a chunk and bring it back with you later. Later, you'll take it back to geoponics and plant it in a back field. No need to ask anyone. You already know it's perfectly safe. By the time the other farmers notice it, they'll have a healthy crop of sponge cake ready to be harvested and turned into real cake. They'll wonder where this miracle came from, but you won't tell. Hey! I gotta remember which ones are the honey ones. I think I remember they were like at a bend. Maybe this way. Like at that T shape. I'm gonna start from there. You come across a huge field of flowers. Most are teensy pink ones, but some are big, beautiful ones. Brand new species! Butter dandies. Alright, I'm just gonna take one. You find the tallest, most perfect yellow flower and leave the rest. No need to be greedy. Come across a cluster of mushrooms. Are they edible? Wait, there are a few ways if you're not a coward. No, I'll just go around. I think those are the exploding ones. A dense cloud of pollen makes it hard to even see your hand in front of your face. It's a good thing you have a helmet and a filter. It's not perfect though and doesn't help with visibility. Be patient and look carefully. The pollen clouds eventually shift, giving you glimpses of something obstructing the path. It looks like a snap bladder, an infamously territorial predator around these parts. When they're heavily pregnant, they use the pollen fog to pick off their prey. Carefully avoid the creature. You pass through the cloud unharmed, staying out of the reach of the bloated snap bladder. It snicks at snappers in your direction, but is much too heavy with spawn to chase you. Maybe it's this one? Bristle slug! Wait, I need to catch the bristle slug. Wait, shit. I forgot that this was so difficult. Oh no! Oh no, it's the freezing again. Oh, sometimes when I redraw a hand, it freezes. All right, well, I just need to reload the autosave. Oh well. I don't think I have strong enough cards to get the bristle slug anyway, so I'll just look at other ones. Oh right, the mushrooms. Where are the bees? There were like sweet bugs I could get stuff from. You find a healthy blep bush and harvest some leaves to bring back to the colony. Utopia is beyond excited when she sees her haul. Your haul. Oh, blep! She cries, shoving her hands right into the basket of rustling leaves. Solnacy, you're a kid after my own heart. She pops a leaf in her mouth and chews it, then shudders happily. Whew! She cries. That'll perk you up, but good. And brews a heck of a cup with the stuff, but me, I prefer it raw. She points at you. Don't you go getting any funny ideas. This'll turn you green and give you spots. Cross my heart. Stay away till you're older. And it chews some. Just because Utopia was born on Earth, she thinks she's an adult. Just like the rest of them. She's closer to your age than to all the other adults. What does she know anyway? You wait until Utopia leaves, then shove a leaf in your mouth. Ugh! You struggle not to spit it out right away. It's so bitter. You can't help but stick out your tongue. Blep indeed. Mysteriously, you experience a rush of giddiness a few minutes later. Whew! Wow! That blep sure is good. No wonder adults keep kids away from this stuff. It's probably addictive. Oh my god. The blep tea is drugs. Ooh! You hear a rustle in the bushes and catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Could it be a person? Whatever it is, you quickly lose sight of it in the jungle. Follow it. The wilderness is thick here, as is the fog that comes in waves. You need to rely on your tracking skills to go further. Good thing I have 100 perception. Oh, but still 74. Let's see. Can I do this? Let's see. 32. It might be achievable. If only I had some gems. Push through 30 stress. All right, let's do it. You're looking for a person, so it's a surprise when you come to face with a weird-looking creature. It looks kind of like a person a bit, more like a tree, really. Some relative of the bush bug, maybe? But more tentacles and slime, like a tree oozing with goopy sack with 2 legs, yuck. Makes a sort of brrrr noise as you back away. Oh, shit. Maybe that was bad timing. I have to rest this month. However, that means I can blast a lot of stress onto the talent show. Also, it's Nemi's birthday! Have an egg. Oh, thanks, Nemi says, taking the egg. I guess it is my birthday this week. I kind of forgot. Nobody's got events? What about Dis? You got events? No? Okay. Does he say anything different? I'm conserving energy, Dis says from his perch on top of a rock outcropping overlooking the forest. Humans aren't used to going hungry. In the wild, animals die of hunger all the time. Keeps the food web well balanced. He rubs his nose. Maybe we're just supposed to die out here. That's not so bad, if it's what we deserve. Dare you to go into a restricted area? You dare Dis to explore the creepiest, darkest part of engineering. Deep down where even Chief Engineer Instance never goes. Under the recycling room where they say there are ghosts. You set the mood, and sneak around behind him, put your holopalm flashlight into your face and shout, "Boo!" He rolls his eyes. Soul and AC, think about it. If there were ghosts in the spaceship, one of them would be my mom. Oh, yeah. You guess that would still scare a normal person, but Dis still isn't scared of anything. Yeah, I should check if I can, help with the animals. Your dad sneaks you a crumpled up soy ration bar from his pocket. Here, have this. I didn't finish it at lunchtime and I'm not hungry. Dad, come on, you gotta eat. You know that's a lie, but you eat it anyway. You're just so hungry. Help him with the animals. Your dad is helping two bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other while, well, maybe they were wrestling. Your dad doesn't go into the details. He hefts the larger one and you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. Your dad shrugs. Heart wants what it wants, I guess. Oh, you need your strength, Mom. New perk. All right. Oh, extra gear slot. Let's go. I need to rest. Up on the wall, you can catch what little breeze there is this time of year. You let the hot, dusty wind buffet your face. Feel grateful you're not down on the ground working your butt off. Work your butt off? No way! Work on your tan, more like it. Yes, I want to get rid of boring. It's time for Vertimalia, the yearly midsummer celebration when the colony gives thanks for its good fortune. Well, it would be, but it sucks this year. The famine. All right, talent show. You and Mars report to the stage for the talent competition. Dis is nowhere to be seen. Dis, come back! Mars frowns, looking around as if he's lying in wait. Oh, boo, she grumbles. He always made me look good. If it's just you, I'm only the best out of two. Mars has been working on her speech craft. This year, she likes to give a speech She gives a speech inspired by great leaders of Earth, linking their philosophies into a sort of mega theory about how the greatest works of human history have come from overcoming our greatest struggles through ingenuity and cooperation. She can't help herself drawing parallels to the current famine, the failure of colony leadership to prepare for it, and how the council clearly needs newer, younger voices to be able to imagine the future. The council isn't impressed by that part. Because it's Mars, the climax of the speech resolves with inspirational music and fireworks. How exciting! It's very exciting. You're up. What have you prepared? An original song, dramatic reading, comedy routine. I did comedy routine last time, but let's do the original song. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Straight. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Mars's act was a tough one to follow, but the talent show is judged by audience applause. Given how tired and hungry everyone is, your lighthearted and simple song is what the people really want. Aww. Mars looks miffed at the snub, but shakes your hand. Geniuses are rarely appreciated in their time. She says, after the festivities, the whole colony takes a few days off for a break. Well, except geoponics and the foragers and the kitchens and everyone who uses the break from the usual work to help out in places that didn't close. Okay, it's not really a break, but you try to take it easy anyway. Abby! Hello, how's the exocolonist vibes going? We're in a famine, but I can stop it. I'm gonna save the colony, so I'm gonna go out there and find some food. The events respawn in quiet, but I feel like there's gotta be some more. I think I got the major ones, but there's gotta be some more. So I'm just gonna look at all of these. Something about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. What's up with that? Scope it out. Yeah, let's go. Whoa, it's a potato minefield. Underground, the recent rain has swelled the young melons to bursting. You better watch where you step or you'll end up knee-deep in potato juice. The good news is they're tasty. Let's forage one. Yeah, +1 colony food. They're so dang heavy, the calorie to weight ratio isn't optimal. Most are too young, but you find a ripe one, dig it up, and roll it back to the depot. Yeah, let's go. I don't think the freaky ones will get me any food. The bristle slug? Might just be a little too difficult, but I'll try again to capture it for the farm. Yeah, this isn't good. I'm not strong enough to get the bristle slug. Bristle slug rolls and rolls out of reach in your net like a spiky crocodile. Damn, you just gotta try it again with another who's not in its prime. We're done over here, right? Okay. You come across a oh. These are the exploding ones. Oh, here we go! You come across a curious sponge-like hive, pockmarked with holes containing wriggling grubs and oozing a sweet-smelling syrup. Atop the hive is what appears to be the hive queen, looking like, oh, wait, her swollen abdomen is the hive. She's rooted here, probably drawing nutrients from the soil like a plant, while she tends to her larvae. Utopia mentioned these. It's a squeeger hive. Yeah, let's sneak up and harvest some honey. Or at least do our best. $32. Can we do it? Push through. The calm hive queen has only a rudimentary danger sense. Squeeger hives can be very defensive when they sense danger to their young, but so long as you don't set off the workers or the larvae, you're free to walk right up to her. You gently avoid hurting any of the babies as you scrape her copious honey into a collector. Yeah, more food for the colony. A line of termite-like insects crosses the path here. Curious, you follow them. A massive sponge-like hive of crawling bugs wriggling with life, writhing with life. The bugs are tending to larvae nestled in the holes of the sponge, feeding on the rich royal jelly that oozes from the hive. Oh, it's a squeeger hive! The hive queen has chosen this spot to root herself to the ground, her swollen abdomen forming the spongy hive that sustains all her children. You're a little afraid of her acid. Yeah, they spit acid, but the royal jelly looks tasty. Let's see if we can get some royal jelly. This one's more difficult. 50. Ouch. We need some kind of jam. Maybe I can draw a card. How many of these do I have? 6. Damn. What if I draw another one? Probably not worth it. Let's see if it'll freeze if I... Oh, it froze, damn it. Yeah, this still happens sometimes where if I redraw a hand, it'll freeze, but I just need to reload the autosave. Maybe I should save that one for later. But at least I know where it is. It's so nice that I can just run past everything. Pick and choose what I want to do. Yeah, I think that's about it, aside from these Reiki ones, which I don't think usually get me anything. Let me look this way a bit. I think whatever that was, I skipped it. Yeah, I think this is about it. All right, let's try. All right. This is okay so far. $46. Oof. Oh, yay. Okay, it didn't freeze. Good. That's not much better. Maybe I can make this work. Oh, I did it! Look, I can just push through with 5 stress. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Let's go! You get in there and squeeze out some jelly from one of the Hive Queen's many holes, somehow managing not to get sprayed too badly by her acid. Some lands on your arm, on the back of your hand, and sizzles briefly, but you keep calm enough to escape with your bounty. All right, we got colony, food. We got kudos. All right, that ruled. Let's go. I think that's what we needed. I think we're good on the famine front, because I think that's about as much as I did last time. And you're surprised when you both wake up this morning and your mom and dad are both still in your quarters. Usually they're gone long before sunrise. You pull back the curtain and they look over at you with big smiles. Solanace! Your mom says, cradling a mug of blep tea in her hands as your dad rubs her feet. Good morning! Does he rub the metal foot too? Or is he just rubbing one foot? Good morning? Someone didn't hear the good news, your mom replies cheekily. We're announcing it later today, but guess what, kiddo? I think we're gonna be okay. She chuckles at your sleepy, confused look. The famine, she explains. We still need to do the work, but we pulled out of it. We got out of the spiral. We're going to be okay. Between farming and foraging, we secured enough food to make it through until harvest next year. Yay! Just until next year? Your mom shrugs. It's better than this year. We'll have to take stock again, but what we managed to do should keep paying off and it won't take as much work next year. Your dad sighs happily. I'm already looking forward to dinner. I haven't really cooked in ages. What should we have, Solanace? Sponge bread curry. Can we go straight to dessert? Corn on the cob. Mom should choose. I think I chose mom should choose last time. Sponge bread curry. Your mom calls it bunny chow. A square loaf of sponge cake bread with the center cut out, stuffed with veggies and spices. Sweet and hot and so good. Yeah! And sponge cake. That's what I harvested. That's some of my work. You and your parents cook a private meal in your kitchenette. Your dad does most of the work, but you help. When you sit down for a quiet family dinner, you realize this is the first time you've done this in you can't even remember how long. You talk about your day in the most mundane way possible. It's so pleasantly normal. Yes! Yay! You don't even get close to clearing your plate, since your body isn't used to so much food, but that's okay. You eat slowly and savor it. Every bite is heaven, and made even better by knowing that you had a real impact on the colony's future. Let's go! Famine over! Mom is gonna live! We are good, but I do need to rest. I hate it here. Giant bugs, constant peril, climate. We're better off on the ship. Oh yeah, this stuff. The Tammy is helping one of the children read on her hollow palm. 30 stars in the sky shine bright at night. Wonderful, you're doing great. She looks up at you and smiles. Hello, do you need something? Here, have a flower. I have so many. Ah! She squeals and dances. I love flowers, even weird alien ones. And yellow is my favorite color, too. Oh, right, it's Cal's birthday. Hey, Cal. All right, here, have a Xeno egg. Oh, wow! An alien egg, and on my birthday, too. You're the best! Cal trundles by you with an empty wheelbarrow. Hey, Solanace, he calls out. Get in, we're going planting. Want to hear a fun nature fact? Oh, yeah. Popeyes have 1 foot and 2 tail forks and 3 stomachs and 4 eyes. If you see 5 of them together, that's lucky. Wait, how did they find out that Hopeyes have 3 stomachs? I don't want to know. Obviously they dissected them, Cal. You spot Cal heading towards the barns at the far end of the farms. Hiya, Solanace. He waves. Yeah, how's Socks? Hey, how is Socks? Cal shoulders the sack he's carrying. Bring in some food to Socks, he says, looking around to make sure no one hears. Do you want to come with? You enter the barn and Socks slithers down from the rafters with all her many feet, both lengthwise and anatomy-wise. She trills happily when Cal pulls fist-sized rocks from the sack. He tosses them up to her and she snaps them out of the air, pulverizing them in a shower of gravel with her massive jaws. You even do a few as well, watching her cavort around the barn making chittering noises. Aww. I have a little while before I have to get back to work, Cal says. What should we do? Let's teach Socks a new trick. Oh yeah. Cal agrees. I've been working on getting her to follow directions lately. That's a great idea. You spend about half an hour teaching Socks how to shake a paw. There are lots of paws to choose from, and she seems to delight in giving you a different one each time. This is adorable! Ah! You can't help but think that working with her like this might come in handy in the future. Yes! Socks. We're gonna make Socks work. Alright, I'm gonna... rest on the walls. This never hangs out with me on the walls. What did I do? You relax on the walls this month. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the colony down below, it's pretty boring up here. You catch up on some Hollow videos and enjoy a month of not really doing much of anything. Really? Both of these are good. Alright, I'm still popular. That's good. I should take advantage of that. But first, it's Mars's birthday. Happy birthday. Ha! Well, I've had better birthday gifts this year, but I admit this crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Mars is watching a vid from Earth on her holopalm. She gestures you over. You sync your holopalm with hers. Oh yeah, we did this one in the first playthrough. It's like she's got it memorized. Yeah, this movie sucks, right? Mars exclaims, and there's nothing else to watch because we're stuck on this stupid planet. Before you protest, she puts up a hand. Okay, fine, I do like the city parts. Like, it isn't post-real to imagine cities so big you could get lost in them. So many people that you could meet someone, then never see them again in your life. Mars waves away the vid screen. Sometimes I think I should have been born back on Earth, not on this dumb spaceship. She mock punches the hull of the ship behind her. All those cities and people, and the stuff you could do, watching new vids, going to concerts. The only culture here is grown in a lab. And the shopping! I'm bored of everything I own. Oh, hey, I wasn't able to take the jacket last time. Speaking of shopping, do you want to trade some kudos for one of my old jackets? My dad say I can't print more stuff till I get rid of something. I say 50 kudos sounds fair? Yeah, sure, why not? Mars takes off her jacket and watches critically as you try it on. Well, it matches your hair, she says. It kind of puckers at the shoulders. It was really tailor printed to fit me. She almost looks like she's going to take it back for a second before putting her hands up in surrender. No, I admit, it looks good on you. Makes you look posh. Alright, got a cool jacket. Sports ball ups my bravery. You're paired with Nougat in practice. You make the mistake of underestimating her and she wipes the pitch with you. Oh my god! Nougat's like half my size and she just beat my ass at sports ball. Alright. Oh. You spot Nemi halfway up a garrison watchtower, her legs wrapped around the scaffolding as she cranes to look at you over the fence through a pair of holoculars. You clear your throat and she peers down at you and waves. Solanaci, come on up here. I want to ask you something. You clamber easily up the scaffolding. Nemi gives you a high five. Here, look through these, Nemi says, shoving the holoculars into your hands. You raise them to your eyes and look out where she's pointing. A long ways out, much farther than where the expeditions are going, you spot a dark humanoid shape moving through the towering fungal forest. See him? Nemi asks, it's Dis, I swear it is. He's always sneaking out over the walls. So what? Nemi stares at you. So what? She repeats aghast. He's gonna get in trouble. Only if you tell on him. Well, yeah, Nemi sputters, but someone should. The adults say we're not supposed to go outside the colony unless it's on expedition, Nemi says, taking the holoculars back and looping them around her neck. And Dis just goes wherever he wants. What if he gets hurt? What if he dies? She wrinkles her nose. What if he picks up a weird alien disease and comes back with 3 heads? Nemi scratches her cheek where acne's made her skin dry and sore looking. Ow, she mutters as bits flake off. I don't know what to do about it, she says. What do you think? We should go after him. Nemi stares at you like you've turned green. What? She exclaims, outside the colony? By ourselves? No way, nuh-uh. It'd be fun. Nemi shakes her head. Nope, not even a little bit. No one would notice we were gone. Nope, nobody, nope, nope, nope. Nemi sings songs. Come on, live a little. Nemi punches you lightly in the arm. International House of Nope, dude, she says. We're gonna die a little if we go out there. The colony's got rules for a reason, Nemi says, staring off into the wilderness. If we do our own thing and don't care about the rules, we're all gonna be toast. Kind of like a sports ball team. We're all doing different stuff, but we all gotta play by the same rules so we can get as many points as we can. An enemy! Solanaci! You look down at the ground where a passing colonist is waving up at you. You two get down from there, it's not safe. Okay, sorry, I'm on watch, Nemi shouts back, indicating her holoculars. She shoots you a smile. Guess we should get inside the watchtower, huh? You both climb the rest of the way to the guard platform. Nemi heaves herself over the edge and reaches down to help you up, and you notice that her hands are all banged up and scabbing over with blue scales, probably from scampering all over the place the way she does. She notices you looking and laughs awkwardly. She runs her hand through her fluffy hair. Maybe if I get beat up enough, I'll have so many scales I won't have no more acne, she jokes. Taking breaks is important. Don't forget to take care of yourself, okay? Yeah. What is it, Solanaci? Unless you're here to work, I'm busy. We could do that. Oh, wait. They haven't actually given us the option to farm. Wait, I think we need to shovel dirt for them to give us the option to farm. Hey, Squirt. Yep. Don't you think it's time you started thinking about what you're going to do when you get older? You look at her in confusion. Isn't she always telling you to stay in school? She chuckles. You gotta think about it sometime, kid. How about you join your folks at the farm? If you think you're up for it. I'm ready! Your mom claps you on the back. Oof, she's just as strong as she looks. Great. Come see me in geoponics when you're ready to start. It'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around, I promise. Woo! Right, it's Dis's birthday. You catch Dis scrolling through his holopalm. I used to watch a lot of videos, he says, frowning. I don't know why. It's all garbage. Who cares about this stuff? It's not real. Dis gestures to the wilderness. That's real. Does this interest you? I don't know. Do you like medicinal roots like your sister? Oh, he does! Okay, that's something he and his sister have in common. They like medicinal roots. For my birthday? He mumbles, oh, thank you. This looks like it's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while you were exploring? All right, both he and his sister like medicinal roots. Let's go. Well, might as well give your sister medicinal roots for her birthday, too. It seems you've remembered my birthday, Tange says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Her lip curls in distaste that the dirt still clung to them. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set these roots aside to analyze later. Thank you. All right. Next is glow. I could rest during glow. Let me check if anything's respawned out there. Nah. I could help out with farming. Let's farm. It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following in her footsteps. She meets you at the gate to the gardens. Hello, Sprout, she says, sounding chipper. Come on, we've got a lot of ground to cover before you're able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. You'll mostly be working in the fields with the hardier earth crops like the potatoes and the corn, as well as the native plants we've managed to cultivate. Wow, there are native crops mixed in with the ones from Earth. Incredible. Spend the rest of the day pulling weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up to your waist. Cal gives you a high five. You're proud to be able to do something that helps out for the colony. Y'all go to that cafeteria. Geoponics is the most like family. They've always been your family thanks to your mom and dad. Aww. There we go. Is glow. Something's coming. This seems on edge even more than usual. Something's coming, he says, checking his adventuring supplies. Can you feel it? The forest is too quiet. Wow. This is uncharacteristically excited about the roots. They're so colorful. I've never seen roots like these before. What kind of plant are those from? Nemi's in the middle of tying her mane of hair away from her face. Oh, hey, Solanace, she says, hair tied between her teeth. Just about to go for a run. Want to come? Want to train together? You used to be able to go mano-a-mano with Nemi, but she's been training hard. You get your butt kicked all over the sports ball pitch. She leans over while you're lying on the floor, completely gassed. You okay? She laughs. I didn't go too hard, right? She is so cute, right? How's my friendship with everybody? Made some strides with Nemi this year. My second best friend. Alright, what if I'm Lookout? You show up bright and early for muster with the other garrison recruits. It's mostly younger people. The older, more experienced security officers are all posted up for guard duty. Nemi is here, though, her rowdy red hair tied back into a poof. She shoots a little grin as she falls in formation beside you. You shift from foot to foot awkwardly, not sure where to put your hands. Nemi nudges you with her elbow and gestures that you should stand like her, with your hands clasped loosely behind your back. You manage that just as Security Chief Rhett comes to speak to the recruits. "Good morning, recruits," he calls, his voice cutting through the morning air. He pauses, looking at the assembled band of motley youth, and taps his ear. "Morning." Rhett crosses his arms. "Well, we'll be working on that," he says. "Working in the garrison isn't like other jobs, children. Here, you'll be expected to give 100% every day. If you burn some food in the kitchen or shovel the wrong pile of dirt in geoponics, it's no big deal. But here, it could be a matter of life and death, not just for you, but for everyone in the colony. Loyalty, dedication, self-sacrifice, and honor. These are the soldier's creed," Rhett says, steely-gazed and even. "You wonder how many battles he saw on Earth. Just like your mom, he doesn't like to talk about it. This is not a place for half-assed kids to run around and play soldier." You look around awkwardly at the other recruits. Isn't this a little intense for a lookout duty? Rhett catches your attention, wavering, and speaks directly to you, staring you right in the eye. "Laziness and ego have no place here," he says. "If you slack off and let something slip past you, you could die. Your friends and family could die. This isn't school," he booms. "This is real life, real danger. If you even blink too long, we're too dead. And take the no blink challenge seriously. I got eagle eyes." It hurts your eyeballs, but you stare Rhett down until he actually laughs. Well, he cracks a smile anyway, and he looks away first. "That's the spirit, Solanace," he says, clapping you on the shoulder. "I don't mean to scare you, kids, but I really do need you to know that this isn't a fun little game. You can't sneak your little friends into the watchtower. You can't work on your homework. You can't catch up on sleep. Even though lookout duty seems like an easy job for kids to do to keep busy, it's very important. I need you to take it seriously, like Solanace here." You're on lookout duty when you hear the sound, a deep rumbling in the distance. You hear a tremendous crackling, and when you peer through your holoculars, you can see the canopy of the forest begin to collapse in on itself. Entire trees being trampled underfoot. Something enormous is coming this way. Sound the alarm. You trigger the sirens, waking everyone. It's still a few clicks away, so the soldiers have time to get into position. You watch its movement by the falling of trees and relay that to the security officers below. 10 minutes later, it breaks the tree line at a charge, a massive blur in the dark, plowing into the east wall. The thing is so tall, the wall only comes up to its chest. What you can see is horrible, a mess of pink, fleshy tentacles and blinking eyes pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. It charges straight through the walls into the colony. If you'd been standing on that east wall, you'd be dead now. Run down to face it. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature face to It has no face. In place of a face or even a head, it just unzips, revealing a mess of wriggling pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back and thick slug-like tail are clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plas rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. You see Nemi and her brother Calm darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring through the gap and heading towards a wall of laser fire, thanks to your advance warning. Let's go! The smaller creatures are obliterated long before they can get further into the colony. Some stragglers make it all the way to the doors to command, and Governor Udicott inside before they're gunned down. Strange that they'd ignore other targets and go straight for command. Almost tactical. You'd have another much bigger problem to worry about. You have to do something. I gotta help Naimi and Calm. You run towards Geoponics, picking up a handful of rocks as you cross through barren fields. When Calm sees you, he gestures for you to flee. Get out of here, Solon AC, he says. You're gonna get yourself killed. You grip your rocks in defiance. You're sick of being told to hide like a child. You want to help. Let's see if we can save his life. Ah! I haven't been able to save his life yet. That's weird. Oh. Because it's a straight. Got it. Can we do this? 44? I got an idea. No, you're supposed to go up one. I still can't push through. Damn. Oh, okay, I can push through. I had to use a lot of items, but let's see if we can save this boy's life. You try your hardest, but even with the full force of the defense squad, you can barely keep it contained near the farms. You dart in and around the battle, throwing rocks and making noise to keep the abomination's attention away from the rest of the colony. Its tentacles whip around, slapping the ground and knocking into people, picking them up and throwing their helpless bodies like dolls, only to be crushed under its massive trunk-like feet. Well, people are definitely dying this time, then. The fields are littered with the bodies of the fallen. Sweat stings your eyes, but you somehow stay on your feet. Others aren't as lucky. Solnacy, watch out! Calm cries out, and you look up just in time to dodge the wet slap of a tentacle, tripping over a body and sprawling to the dirt yourself. The Faceless makes a horrible noise from deep inside its craw, flecking you with spittle as your guts liquefy from the near miss. You're close enough to feel the sick heat radiating off of it. It doesn't have a face, but you realize with horror that it sees you. Zzzt. The beam of a plas rifle arcs over your head, and the Faceless roars again and turns its terrible attention to Calm. No! You scream and uselessly cover its head. No! Is there no way to save him then? I got the challenge. No! I was trying to save him. You scream and uselessly cover your head as it lumbers over you. As you scramble to your feet, you see Calm go flying through the air. He lands a few feet away with a sickeningly wet crunch. No! Nemi cries in horror as she runs to Calm's side, but it's too late. No! No, 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 no. I was trying to save him. And now I'm responsible for Nemi watching him die. Fuck this. His body is bent at an unnatural angle. His eyes open and his face frozen in stupefied terror. He looks unreal. Like a wax mannequin, he's just gone. Like that. Nemi lets out a primal scream of pain, and you can see the thought ignite in her mind, contorting her face with an ugly fury as she stands up to launch herself at the Faceless again. You grab her arm and she yells at you in wordless rage before collapsing to her knees, throwing her body over Calm's and sobbing like the scared teenager she is. You can only stand and watch. No, I tried to save him, and I even won the challenge, and it's still so much worse. You hear a colossal cracking noise and look up to see the Faceless stumble towards the stratospheric. With a roar that shakes your very molecules, it loses its balance for the last time and falls onto the ship. So there's no way to stop it from falling onto the ship either unless you confront it yourself? Metal screams as the ship buckles and gives way. Whole pieces of the quarter's wing shear off as your home opens like a tin can, spilling its contents into the square. The strato lurches, then collapses under the creature's weight. The abomination is slain, but as wails of grief join the whimpers of the dying, you have to wonder, at what cost? What the fuck? Well, I guess I saved the governor, but still. The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of Glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. At least the governor survived. Governor Udicott takes the stage and thanks you personally for sounding the alarm. Because of your bravery, many lives were saved. She also acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism in finally taking down the Faceless. Geoponics is gone. The greenhouses destroyed and fields trampled. After a year of suffering, starving, and only barely scraping by, you're not just back to where you started, it's even worse. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche, it's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Governor Udicott solemnly reads the names of those who lost their lives. Too many. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Nemi and her family cry out when her brother Calm's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves to the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with the other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Tammy doesn't return to the classroom. The little one's got out okay, but she's still in medbay and will be for a while. Tammy! Nami cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her breathe, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. You feel like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. It's gonna be okay, your dad says. You'll see, kiddo. Papa can fix this. Alright. Sorry to pause at such a depressing moment, but I think I need to go eat a bit. So you guys go take a break if you need to. I need to refill my water and eat something. So alright, I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, thank you for your patience. Yeah, sorry for the wait. I needed a snacky. I feel better. All right. Well, things aren't so bad, but they could have been worse. I'd say we're still better off than I was during my first playthrough at this point. Abby! Hello! Yeah, dance, dance, dance. I'm back. Backaroony. Oh my god, everything's destroyed though. Let's see how the kids are dealing with this. Tangent paces outside the engineering wing, the only building still standing. Everyone living in there. There's barely enough time to think. My dads have been working around the clock to salvage the Strato, Mars says self-importantly. What have you been doing, Solanace? Well, a lot. Kitty. Papa can fix this. Mom is carefully sifting the glass from trays of seedlings. It's not all gone, she says stubbornly. The planet thinks we're going out without a fight. Maybe the new colony can have a hoverboard park, Cal says, putting on a brave smile. That'd be pretty cool, right? You can catch Dis looking at a hole in the colony walls. What if maybe we deserve this, he says quietly. I have no choice but to go to engineering and... Mourns! Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. The first month of quiet passes, each day plodding one after the other. You continue to have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's just nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others to try to make the best of it. Grief and anger come in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. A mass funeral is held for the people who died in the attack. Usually the family and close friends would assemble in the recycling room and watch as their loved one was placed into the organics recycler. But there are too many dead this time. Their bodies are laid out in neat rows in the canteen instead. More dead people than you've ever seen at once outside of a holovid. Governor Udicott looks impossibly frail, bent with grief as she stands among the bodies and leads the ceremony. Oh. She's alive, but at what cost? When Calm's name is mentioned, Nemi lets out a choking sob and throws her arms about her mother and her remaining brothers. Why do you have to die? She wails, her grief punctuating the otherwise solemn crowd. It's not fair. It's not fair. Yeah, it is not fair. I did my best to save his life, and it was for nothing. Aunt Anne tries to calm her down, but Nemi breaks away and runs over to Calm's body. No one has the heart to stop her. She pulls something. No! No! She pulls something off her hip. The photo she gave him for his birthday. That was my suggestion. No! She tucks it underneath the sheet and rests her head on his unmoving chest, sniffling as she gives him one last hug. Fuck you, game! Why do you have to do this? Ah! After the names are read and the bodies move to the recycling room, people gather for an informal memorial. It's awkward at first with the lingering miasma of grief heavy on everyone's thoughts, but eventually someone breaks out a guitar and the tension ebbs. Your mother stays at the particle disintegrators that finish their work, then slips away to deliver the remains back to the soil. I'm gonna follow her. You go with your mom to deliver the organic remains to the compost heap. You watch her respectfully tip them to the precious brown dirt that remains, then help her turn it with rakes to incorporate them, literally, into the future of the colony. She stands with you when you're done, offering them one last moment of silent thanks. On Earth, they used to say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, your mom says. Some kind of religious thing. I never learned why. But I like knowing that everything I took from the ground so that I could live, I'll get to give back one last time. The sun's finally dawn again on your birthday. You wake early to climb to the top of engineering to watch the sun's watery first rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping like most people. It's hard to find rest crammed into the classroom with all the other kids and their families. Every time you close your eyes, you see. You shake your head to clear the memories. Is there anything you could have done? Or is the colony destined to be destroyed no matter what you do? It's starting to frickin' feel like it. You pull your blanket more tightly around your shoulders. Not your blanket. That one's gone. And stare out as the sun rises on the horizon, meager and sickly. Hey, kiddo. You hear, then your mom comes and sits down beside you. Thought I'd find you here. You both sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. After a few minutes, your mom nudges you with her elbow. So, she says, your first apocalypse, huh? She huffs, smiling self-deprecatingly. First one's always the hardest, she sighs. When the first colony was attacked back on Earth, I thought that was it. Everything my parents told me about, the power of community, all that, I thought they were full of shit, too. She turns and gives you a serious look. It's okay to be sad right now. And mad, too. I'm mad as hell. I want to get out there and rip every goddamn mushroom out of the ground. And that's keeping me going for now. But that's not going to be forever, Solnesi, she continues. Eventually, that sadness and rage is going to cool. You're going to have to figure out how you feel after that. She points at your chest. Hope lives here, she says. It's the human condition. We just don't know when to give up. Your mom squints out into the sunrise. I had to figure out how to have hope, too. I needed it to get on a busted spaceship with your dad and launch myself through a wormhole. Hope is why we had you. She smiles. Things work out in unusual ways, Solanace. It just takes time. You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your mom pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. From your father and I, she says, Happy birthday, kiddo. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun on it to represent Earth, was broken during the attack. And all the chaos you didn't even notice, but your parents did, and made you a new one. It's like you remembered a similar design with a wormhole this time to represent Vertumna. You thank her and squint out at the swirling wormhole still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year. It always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. Mom lets out a dark chuckle and slaps you on the back. What a birthday! Here's to another one, right? Well, you know what? This birthday is better. Oh God. Abby, it was so much worse last time. Because last time my mom was dead and then all of that happened. So it was my dad who's barely keeping it together and me up there. And then he is like, well, what a birthday, huh? And I'm like, yeah, what a fucking birthday. So it could be worse, believe it or not. Yeah, but this game does go places. So it's still sad, but I managed to improve it from fucking brutal from last time. You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen, where they put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanoprinters, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are going to take some time. Aunt Anne has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and pressed bars, life-sustaining but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Governor Udicott looks more frail than you've ever seen her, but her eyes remain determined. Repair on the walls is in progress. There's talk of building them taller and thicker, but you just don't have the resources to both improve the walls and rebuild the living quarters at the same time. There's still so much to do. Well, Tammy's not even out to give me a birthday cake, huh? This is sitting on a pile of rubble, looking after the colony wreckage. He doesn't look particularly sad. What do you want? I'm gonna help rebuild. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and the destroyed greenhouses. There's still a lot of work to be done. Your mom is in fine form in her role as chief cultivator. She'd never admit it, but managing a crisis is what she's made for. Cal is working in geoponics too, of course. He smiles when he sees you. Hey, Solanacia, there's a lot of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? If I remember correctly, rebuild the animal pens is the only one I have left. Oh, it doesn't switch. Oh, alright, rebuild the animal pens. The pens only suffered minor damage during the attack. Weirdly, most of the damage seems to have come from inside the pens, as if the normally tame animals had been stirred into a frenzy. Well, that's interesting. Tangent is also here, although it's not to help hammer and nail things. She's studying the animals, trying to figure out what could have influenced them. She takes blood and hair samples and readings with some sort of complicated brain scanning device. Interesting, is all she says, not explaining her findings to you or Cal. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin for your food supply after the famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. $50! Look at this. Beautiful, gorgeous. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have skipped. All right, I'll. You're eating something. Wait. Yeah, maybe it's not good to skip this text. All right. You hear rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People around in alarm. Could it be another attack so soon? There's something falling from the sky. It's on fire. You join a crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up in the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space like a great big ball of fire. Coming straight for you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor's gonna land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all? Mars grabs your shoulder. It's another ship! She exclaims. Look, look, it's another spaceship from Earth. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? You stare up, unbelieving, as the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry in the atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. It's coming right at us! It's an enormous ship, coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceship touch down on geoponics, plowing through the fields and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. Why is it always frickin' geoponics? You've thrown to the ground from the force of the impact of shrapnel and small rocks zing past your head. It grinds along like a roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out stenciled letters. Heliopause. Hatch opens in its side and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all the remaining colonists. More soldiers form two parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade rest, and a lone figure strides down the center towards you. Frickin' Lum. Greetings, fugitives of Earth, the man says, spreading his hands wide. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by a line of soldiers. The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of the ship behind him. I am Commander Lum, he says proudly. As captain of the Heliopause, I've come to render aid and bring you to justice. I'm gonna listen with the others. Udicott steps forward out of the crowd. You're not the commander of the Heliopause, she says firmly. Where is the person I was speaking to, Commander Morikawa? Everyone is surprised. Udicott has been in communication with the ship for how long? Yeah, I still don't know much about that. I am captain of the Heliopause, Lum repeats stubbornly, then adds, according to the chain of command, we sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchange looks this time. You wonder how many people had to die before Lum became commander. Holy shit. As the commanding officer, Lum continues, I declare this colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth. Be quite blunt, young man. It appears you need us as much as we need you, Udicott replies primly. The Vertumnan colony, such as it is, offers our hospitality to our guests from Earth. Lum opens his mouth, but Udicott cuts him off. Now, there's no need for this posturing. Whatever the purpose of your mission here, you'll soon learn that on this side of the wormhole, we're all human. Right now, we need each other more than we need mandates from Earth. Udicott turns to the assembled colonists. Effective immediately, I will be stepping down as governor and turning leadership of the council to Lum of the Heliopause. She says, she smiles genially at him. You know, from like the last time I rescued Udicott a different way in my second playthrough, and then I was like, oh, if she's governor, that means we don't have Lum this time, right? And she just gives leadership over to Lum anyway, and I'm like, what are you even good for? What'd I save you for? I hope that will satisfy your craving for justice, at least while we get our feet under us. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice in this. It's a good thing the colony is in such pathetic shape right now, your mom mutters under her breath. If they thought we were a threat, they'd probably just have shot us. Your dad squeezes your shoulders and tells her to be quiet. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth? Nearly 100 new colonists, most of them trained soldiers? What does this mean for the rest? What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses quickly, and the council members follow Lum back into the Heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. You hope. Track down your friends. So, what do you think of these new people? Mars asks. Glad they're here to save us. I'm excited to make new friends. They're just gonna boss us around. I don't want to share this planet. Just gonna boss us around. Tangent nods. They don't live here. They don't know what it's like. They're just gonna swoop in and act like they're better than us. She hugs her arms around herself. Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage of the Heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratospheric's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though those new colonists from the Heliopause aren't like any of the people you've ever met before. For the uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. You aren't sure what this means for the colony or for your future. As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around this new ship, Heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers mainly, are aloof at first. Many see you as fugitives. Together, you build new walls, new living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunkered garrison. The Stratos engineering wing is the only reminder of your old colony. The Heliopause brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as a rich seed bank and working hydroponics. They also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convinces most Strato colonists to accept the Helios. And in turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different, really. They're even Helio children, born among the stars, just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your parents move into your new quarters. You get your own room for the first time in your life. You step out of your very own balcony to watch the new colony, its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest that you haven't felt in some time. Hope. Excitement. What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out. Rush outside to greet the new day! Woo! Cal is kicking a small beanbag into the air, trying not to let it touch the ground. He's not very successful. That new kid, the dog boy, Rex, showed me how to play this hacky sack. He says, groaning as the beanbag hits the ground again, it's a lot harder than it looks. Tammy is standing outside the new lounge, looking in one of the windows. There's so many new people, she breathes. I know they're probably all lovely, but I've never made a friend who I didn't grow up with. What if they don't like me? Cake. Yummy! I'll have to save some for Cal, too. Dog boy! Get your sticks! Although I should save the sticks for when he, actually is building the bar, but... The colony is full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting after growing up in a closed spaceship. You never expected to meet any other humans that were made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of these new people while you're jogging through the colony. Oof! He laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off you and giving you a wide-fanged smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the Heliopause. You think his name is Rex. Hey, I'm Solanace. Welcome to Vertumna. You stick out your hand to shake his, and he laughs. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Pleased to meet you, he says. I'm Rex, and I'd love to shake a paw. I know a ton of tricks. He winks. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, think you could help me find the construction yard? I thought I might apply for a job there. It's in command, that-a-way. You tell him everything is a bit changed since the Heliopause landed, but you think the construction yard is near command. He thanks you for the directions. Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Vertumna seemed so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he looks outside and has the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. Have a stick, boy. Woo! Oh my god! This is his birthday! I had no idea. I didn't remember your birthday. This was a random guess. I just met you. You remembered my birthday and you brought me the perfect stick for my collection. Oh my god, Rex's birthday is early pollen. Now I know. I learned something new. Right, Mars. Mars is poring over a real book with real paper. You crowd around to take a look at it. This belongs to that new kid. Know me? Mars says, lilting her voice like a question. I told them like I was looking for someone to draw designs for my new fashion line, and then they just handed me this. The book is filled with character designs, giant robots, and pictures of characters kissing. It's so good. Mars says, turning the pages. This is what we need here. People with talent. Have a flower. She holds the flower up to look at it. A flower? A cheap gift, but I suppose it'll look good in my hair. Thank you. Nomi Nomi. You've seen Nomi Nomi around since the heliopause landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dress as strangely as they do. Hi! Their voice is high-pitched and quick. I'm Nomi Nomi. It's short for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and ask about their gender. What? Oh, yeah, I was so happy when we landed and found out that you colonists have not boy and not girl people, too. Sometimes people on the Helio didn't get it, but honestly, I grew up with them, so they kind of got used to it. I was always told growing up your colony was kind of backwards and weird, and we'd probably find you all banging rocks together and grunting like cavemen. Imagine my surprise when I got here and you have, like, actual adult people who are like me. Wow! Nomi gives you the secret non-binary high five. It's like a regular high five, pretty much. Anyway, you already know I use they, them, as in Nomi Nomi sure has their act together, and gosh, Nomi Nomi is so cool. They have the unbeaten high score in Laser Fable for 2 years running. I bet anyone could beat them. I'm going to challenge them to a game of Laser Fable. You're on. Nomi Nomi helps you install it on your holopalm and explains the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other. And there are extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. Okay. I just need 21. Right on, friendo! Nomi gives you a high five, then with a quick flicks on their gauntlet gives you kudos for winning. 1 kudo. They explain this is how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from Heliosphere, except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They said they're too old for it. They just want to be soldiers now. Except Rex, he's still cool. Nomi's lying on their back looking up at the sky. It goes on forever, they exclaim, waving their arms. There's no ceiling at all. I feel like I'm gonna float right off the surface of the planet. I know Nomi Nomi likes crystals. Nomi makes a sound of appreciation and holds the crystal up to the light. Oops, sorry. What? It makes rainbows? It's perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so let's see what I know about everybody. Wait, I need to meet everybody first. I need to meet Vase. Tange is deep in conversation with Chief Engineer Instance, conferring over a hollow screen. Tange says something that makes Instance smile and pat her on the shoulder. Aww. Who then gestures to close her holopalm and walks away. You approach Tange, who looks unusually flustered. Oh, Helena Solnaci, she says. The tips of her ears are pink. Do you have need of my assistance? Here, have a root. This is interesting. Tange is all Tange says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Her lip curls in distaste at the dirt that still clings to them. No, really, she protests when she sees the look on your face. I'm going to analyze these roots to see if they have any useful properties. They might be medicinal. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds almost as an afterthought. This fucking guy. This new boy from the heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic, battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling about the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. He sees you staring, gives you a curt nod. My name is Vase, Lieutenant Olivacious, he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eye. And you are? How do you introduce yourself? I'm an explorer. His expression doesn't change. Is that right? He says, an air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Solanashi. I hear it's been a rough couple of years for the colony. Good thing, lucky thing our heliopause came along just in time. He continues, don't worry. We have some of the best soldiers, the very best. We'll keep the colony safe. Are you one of those best soldiers? We train as a team, but... Base says, then clears his throat. Yes, I won more than my share of zero-G judo matches and virtual riflery tournaments. Even competing against adults, he adds. The very best. Hello? Hello, Chicory! Chicory Wren, how are you doing? Being planet-side is totally different. You tell Vase that firing a virtual gun is nothing compared to running for your life through the jungle where a wild unisaur hunts you down. A unisaur? Vase says, leaning forward a little, his eyebrows raised. Did you actually say something to interest him? Good! Good to hear! That sounds like a fun sport. I'd like to try it sometime. This freaking guy. Damn, you all used to live like this? Good thing we're here now, dude. I actually don't know what he likes aside from the weird objects. Let's see. Did he like eggs? Yeah, he just likes strange devices. He doesn't like yellow flowers or blue bobber fruits. What happens if I give him an egg? Here, you egg. Have an egg, you egg. He hates eggs. Of course he does. Belting and chilling. Did you just start this game? No, this is my second playthrough. I mean, no, third playthrough, technically. This is my second playthrough on stream. I was playing this last week and did the first playthrough last week. It was a pretty brutal playthrough. A lot of people were dying and stuff. And then, I played a second playthrough while I wasn't streaming, and so now I decided I'm gonna do one more playthrough on stream, but it's gonna be the romance with the fan favorite character. Not this guy, but another guy. So I'm going for the most popular romance. You know, I loathe Xenos. What am I supposed to do with this hatchet? Eat it. He arches his back and lobs the egg as hard as he can against the walls. It makes a spectacular splat. Asshole! Actually, where is he? This guy, the emo kid, is who we're trying to romance. Maybe we deserved it. Dis mutters, the new ship didn't save us. It just delayed the inevitable. When their food and weapons run out, we'll be back to where we started. Didn't they learn anything? Does this interest you? Have some roots. Dis's eyes light up when he sees your gift. Whoa, he says, taking them from you with uncharacteristic delight. Are these pieces of a jelly arc root network? Or is it a dormant butterfly bush? Where did you find these? Daddy-o. Just the person I was hoping to see. Your dad jogs over with a sunny smile. Hey, you want to get your hands dirty? Well, more dirty? The survey teams are bringing in a bunch... Oh my gosh, I needed to sip some water. Bringing in a ton of animals we're working on domesticating. We could use your help. By the way, Tricuri Wren, what are you felting? You already know your way around a shovel, so I figured you wouldn't mind stopping by, give your old man a hand, he says, pointing toward the animal paddocks. Cal is helping too, so you'll have a friend to work with, and you happen to be out with the survey teams. Keep an eye out for more animals to bring home. Sure thing. Your dad smiles. Great, see you there. You've barely seen your mom since the heliopause arrived. When you do, she looks frail, like all of her strength got used up last year. Mom! And she's only just starting to recover. Except instead of relaxing, she's hard at work rebuilding the geoponics domes. It must be hard for her to shake the fear it might happen again. Being able to load your tray full of food at the canteen is still a luxury you don't take for granted. A piggy fridge magnet. That's so cute. Ah, little piggy. Sometimes you make up a tiffin for your mom so she doesn't miss lunch. Hey, Solanace. She smiles as you approach. Is that lunch? I've been smelling the caramelized onions all morning. I can't wait. You deliver the tiffin to her grateful hands and she cracks the lid and takes a big inhale. She smiles. You know, people used to give thanks before meals back on Earth. I think I can understand why. I'm just grateful you're here, Mom. Yeah, Mom is a baddie. Mom literally worked herself to death during my first playthrough, but this year I was able to save her by preventing a famine, so I'm like, I'm just thankful you're here, Mom. She reaches over and ruffles your hair. You're a good kid, Solanace, she says. She looks at you for a second, weighing whether to continue. I know we don't talk about it, but I know how hard you busted your butt back then, making sure the colony didn't starve. Her smile twists in dark humor. I didn't think you'd ever come around to corny bullcrap like doing what's best for the colony. She mutters like it's a secret, but you really came through. Oh, is that because I was so rebellious? Am still rebellious? You didn't think I'd come around to corny bullcrap like doing what's best for the colony? I exceeded her expectations. When you're fighting for your life, that's when you know the true measure of a person. She continues solemnly. I wish you didn't have to be tested at such a young age, but you really showed what you're made of. So proud of you, kid. Mom! Ah! Ah! Okay, I think that's everybody. Did I talk to Yeah, I talked to Cal and Tam. Alright, well. I guess we can go exploring. I haven't unlocked the ridge yet, but... I know there are different bosses here, probably. Alright, I have to talk to Utopia and then the ridge will get unlocked, right? Or maybe not. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you in Dis near the depot. Feel that? She asks. You can feel a kind of ominous, distant thumping, pulsing regularly through the ground. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate up your own body too, like a massive global pulse. Utopia says, checking a readout on her holopalm. I reckon it's naturally occurring, she concludes. But it's giving me the willies all the same. You two better check it out. Mind you stick together and take the readings on the way in case it's dangerous. You and Dis look at each other, excited. You follow the thumping. Now an audible noise growing louder, west, until you've roughly triangulated its location. You know you're getting close, but it sounds like it's coming from all around you, and your instruments aren't precise enough to help. What do you think it is? Dis spreads his hands. Aliens, he says seriously. Follow the sound. Alright, we need 9. Oh, 24. That's gonna be easy. You find a machine? An ancient, broken down machine, like a small pyramid-shaped building made from some kind of dark stone or bone that looks almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken. It's just so very old and overgrown. It looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building or engine or whatever it is. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. A thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. You don't notice it at first. Oh, I'm not good enough at engineering. But there's a curious path on the ground moving away from the machine. A line a half-meter wide where the dirt is a little more worn and bare. It heads off in a straight line to the west, or coming from the west. Could animals have made this path? Or the thumper itself? Marvel at it. You run your hand over its pitted, vibrating surface. How could something so unbelievably old still work? It's definitely not natural. You can even see something like writing carved deep into the not-quite rock. Dis starts making uns, uns, uns noises under his breath at the beat of the thumper. It's a pretty sick beat. Eventually, you head back to share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, Dis insists. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose maybe, she says. You said it looks ancient, right? Perhaps there could have been another civ here long ago. We have found other signs, but nothing active like this. Yay, we unlocked the ridge. Seems to be pointing west or receiving something. There's some right ugly ridge lines out there that kept us from checking in that direction, but we got gliders and motivation. That's half the battle. I'll open up the western resting ridges for surveyors. Hey, say that 3 times fast. I still can't say that 3 times fast. Let's see. Western resting ridges. Western resting ridges. All right, 3 times fast. Western resting ridges. Western resting ridges. Western resting ridges. Oh my god, I finally did it. 3 times fast. Let's go. Dis is right. It's definitely aliens. Dis nods solemnly. It's definitely aliens. It's so nice, I can just march through everything. My 100 perception. So I'm mostly just seeing what's changed. What's this now? You find a healthy blet bush. Oh! More blet. Good kid. Utopia is probably exaggerating about the cosmetic effects, but she must have a good reason. Blep leaves will probably stunt your growth or something. No, I tried them before, and it was bitter. Although it does make me feel better, so maybe I should have bid them anyway. Alright, what's this? I heard a float cow grazing nearby. Ooh, let's see if I can capture one. You watch them peacefully bob along, occasionally releasing streams of urine or clouds of helium to maintain a steady height. $35, okay. Let's go! Eventually, you pick out one young female that looks underfed and moves more slowly than the others. She seems like an outcast. The others won't let her eat, and they keep chasing and harassing her. Should be easy to catch and She should be easier to catch, and malnutritioned as she is, probably easier to tame. You get a lasso around her and hold her down while she whinnies in terror and releases her pissed ballast to try to get away. You're in blast radius, but you hold firm. You're able to bob her along behind you all the way back to the depot. Well, howdy, Utopia says when you bring the float cow in. What do we have here? Why, you're a real cowpoke, Sullen ACE. I'm a mite jealous. She inspects the tired float cow. She's looking a little under the weather, Utopia proclaims. Here's hoping we can nurse her back to health back on the ranch. I'll take her back myself. You come see her anytime in geoponics. All right, well, we got an animal for the farm. You spot a juvenile squeeger queen, all on her lonesome. She's still mobile, but she's moving very slowly, digging around in the dirt here and there, licking the ground, possibly looking for a place to take root and live out the rest of her life. This might be an opportunity to capture a living hive. Maybe you could convince it to take root in one of the barns in the colony, giving the colony a source of honey without so much dangerous foraging. It spits acid if you get too close, and they have a nasty, powerful beak. No wonder no one's managed to catch one. Let's see if I can trick it. This is a tough one, though. I wasn't able to do this last playthrough. All right, 37. Maybe we can do this. Yeah, I think we can do this. Let's go! Mostly blind, the Squeeger Queen is oblivious to your ulterior motive. You spend an entire day subtly leading her in the right direction. She's like an incredibly slow turtle who keeps stopping to lick the ground for some reason. It's super boring. Your dad meets you at the gates to receive the queen. Your Majesty, he chokes, bowing deeply. I love him. I'll make sure she gets settled in, he says to you. Come by and visit her anytime you want. Let's go! We got our own Squeeger Queen. Alright, what else should I do? Which one's this one? Oh yeah. The flowers. Something about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. What's up with that? Wait, did we do this already? I know I did this in at least one playthrough, but I don't quite remember. Squeegee Queen, yeah! We got a Squeegee Queen. Queen Squeeger. Whoa, it's a potato minefield. Yeah, we're gonna forage a potato. We did do that before. Oh, what was that? Item. Oh yeah, by the way, these critters are following me because they're my pets. They make little noises if I push A next to them. And here's a Vriki just like one of the ones I've got, but those ones I don't think are as fun as far as the events go, so I'm just... Since I can run around freely, usually these would be blocking my way, but now I'm just trying to figure out which one are the fun ones. You come across another Squeeger hive, an intensely gravid high queen and her hundreds of wriggling grubs rooted here just like any other tree. This one seems calm. You're able to approach close enough to smell the sweet tang of her royal jelly. Let's harvest some. Harvest some honey. Oh, nuts. Oh, shit. The calm hive queen has only a rudimentary danger sense. Right, we did that last time. Gently avoid hurting any babies as we scrape her copious honey into a collector. And now I gotta go home because I'm too tired. That was nice. Now we can go to the ridge. That's gonna be good for disc stuff. You head out to the colony hoping to find Dis, and you do, as well as Rhett and Utopia, who have teamed up to talk to Dis about something that has him scowling deeply. Oh no. It was different before the attacks, you hear Utopia say, but you're older now, and when you're on expedition, you can get into a lot more danger than when you were just a little kid going on walkabout. When you're out there on my team, I'm counting on you to do as you're told and to be where you said you'd be. She gestures beseechingly. What am I gonna do if something happens to you out there, kid? What if you disappear one day and you're hurt and no one knows where to find you? What if... I'll be fine. Dis cuts her off. I can take care of myself, and if I can't, that's on me. That's not how it works here, Rhett says, his voice stern. You're not just putting yourself in danger out there, you're putting the whole colony in danger. I know you're a bit of a loner, son, but you have family here. All of us. We're all your family. We're going to send people out to find you, and what if they get into the same trouble you did, he continues. We're counting on you to follow directions out there to keep everyone safe, not just yourself. What if I don't want to be found? Dis explodes, waving his arms. What if I want to be left the hell alone? Rhett and Utopia are stunned by Dis's outburst. Rhett opens his mouth to respond, but Dis talks over him. If I don't come back, just leave me out there, he spits. This planet wants me dead. Maybe I deserve it. Huh? Did you ever think about that? Maybe I deserve to die out there. Maybe we all do. With that, Dis stomps away. Rhett and Utopia look stunned. You follow Dis around the outer walls of the colony to where he's angrily pulling things up out of the drain pipe hiding hole he's long since outgrown. Stupid humans, he grumbles, stuffing what looks like a bedroll into a carrying bag. You never think of anything except... Oh. He continues, trailing off when he sees you. What do you want? Are you okay? I'm great, Dis mutters. Just awesome, actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. You watch him pull two things from his hideaway and throw them into two piles. Screw this colony, he says. I didn't ask to be a part of it. I don't need it. I don't need anyone. I'd be better off living in the woods like an animal. At least that's real. He reaches in far and pulls out a busted up looking mechanical device. His old alien communicator he made using gear he stole from Command. Jeez, he laughs. Guess I don't need this anymore. Take me with you! This takes a second to consider this before your meaning sets in. What? Why? He replies, baffled. Come on, Solanacy, you have a whole, life here. A future. You have friends. People who love you. Don't throw it all away just to be with me. I'm not worth it. His face softens. Okay, maybe once I'm set up. Okay? I'll send you a message if you really mean it. Oh! Dis finishes packing up the stuff he is going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you, determined. Did I ever tell you my full name? He asks seemingly randomly. I know it from my previous life. It's dysthymia. I think that's how you pronounce it. Dysthymia? Dis's expression is surprised for a split second before going blank again. Yeah, it means being sad. What a joke, right? Who names their kid that? He shakes his head. Aunt Anne always talks about how babies make everyone happier. Was my mom sad before she had me and Tange? Or did having us make her sad? His smile twists. Was it me? Was I the reason? No! Dis, no! Dis scuffs his boot in the dirt. Whatever, he mumbles. No one's cared about me, basically ever. Since before I was born. My own mom didn't love me. The, one person who you think could. He looks up at the sky and blinks rapidly. Whatever, he repeats. I'm out of here. Thanks for everything, Solanacy. The only good thing about this shithole. I'm gonna miss you. Wave goodbye. You wave goodbye, which Dis returns over his shoulder as he treks off into the wilderness. You watch him disappear between the fungal trees. Within minutes, he's out of sight. You're ready for bed later that day when you receive a colony-wide announcement through your holopalm. It reads as follows. Colony notice. Reminder that there are to be no unauthorized trips outside the wall without prior authorization from Expeditions Command. Anyone caught in violation of this rule will be punished. This includes going for a walk. It is dangerous outside the walls and is only to be done by trained and armed personnel. Thank you, Command. How about that? You send Dis a message. Dis messages you back immediately with just a picture of a knife. You're guessing he didn't get very far. They caught him. All of that. Goodbye. And then they caught him. It takes a long time to find Dis today. When you do, you see he's hiding in a bed of one of the transports used by Expeditions. Don't make me go home, he says, pulling the dust tarp down over himself. It's so crowded I can't hear myself think. Oh my god. Wow, the pollen is thick today. Oh, I need to rest, right. Well, maybe Dis will hang out on the walls with me today. Oh, there we go. Dis is clearly hiding from someone up here. He looks scared. Oh no, he looks scared? When you drop into his hiding spot, but from his look of relief, you're probably not the one he's hiding from. It's probably Mars or his sister Tangent. They're always teasing him, trying to get him to act normal and not be such a weirdo. I guess this is starting to get a little weak at this point in the game. maybe gain one less stress will help a little. All right, I'm getting out there. Wait, it's late pollen. It's Tammy's birthday. Tammy is sitting on the couch in the lounge, reading a book to a small group of older children. They squall and fidget as she finishes the book, then disperse like puffballs in the wind. Tammy sighs and closes the book, looking up at you in a gentle smile. I'm trying, but ever since the creche was destroyed, there was really no keeping this group together. I suppose they were getting too old for the creche. Her smile goes a little sad at the edges. Oh, but isn't it nice to imagine everything is still how it was before? I haven't seen a real baby in years. Here, I got you a present for your birthday. Flowers on my birthday, how beautiful. She gives you a gigantic hug. Aww. You would find Tammy in the common quarters. She's heavily absorbed in cleaning, balancing on a chair to dust high up on the walls. You always wondered who did all the really thankless cleaning around the colony, and apparently the answer is Tammy. Tammy looks down at you as you approach and gestures to turn off her hot ear speak. Oh, hello, Solanace, she says, pushing her bangs off of her face with a sweaty, harried smile. She's clearly been at this a while. I was just getting some cleaning done. Nothing like a shiny, clean room to take your mind off things, right? She grimaces, then seems to remember herself and covers it up with a giggle. It feels forced. Is something wrong, Tammy? What? Oh, no, of course not, Tammy assures you. She hops down off the chair and gives you a brief little squeeze. Gosh, it's so nice of you to ask. You fix Tammy with a look, and her smile falters. I mean, it's nothing, she says. I overheard something I probably shouldn't have. She says, looking down at the ground. When I was getting something from the pantry, I overheard some of the adults in the kitchen talking about how the trippet stalks from the last harvest had all had some weird mold on them, and they had to throw out almost all of them. She tugs on her ear, miserable. I just remember being so hungry, and if we ever run out of food again... Tammy clenches her fist in her skirt. I wish I didn't have to hear all the bad things. Why can't we just things be good and nice and not so scary all the time? I'll just say the grown-ups have things under control. Tammy nods, resolute. Yes, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. I'm not as smart as Tangent or as strong as Anemone. But that's okay, because I'm really good at cooking and cleaning and taking care of the babies and doing the other things the colony needs to keep running. I just want things to be nice and normal, Tammy blurts out. I wish people knew that I can hear them when they're talking about scary things. Right, because she's got super hearing. Tammy sniffles and gives you a brave smile. Thanks for listening, Solanace. I'm gonna go back to cleaning now, okay? You leave Tammy in the common area, continuing to avoid thinking about her fears through stress cleaning. Tammy! All right, let's go out. Let's hit up the ridge. Let's go. You stress clean too? See, I wish I had that kind of response. Like, I know some people are like, oh, I clean too much. And I'm like, I wish I had the urge to clean. It would make my life easier. The only way to the resting ridges is by glider, part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rock, the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down at the plummeting slope into the basin below. You are a long way up. Dis and Utopia glide in beside you. Woo! Utopia exclaims. You handled that glider like a champ, Dis. You too, Solanace. She peers down over the slope of the ridge. A lot more exciting than the swamps, right? I want you two to stick together out here. It's dangerous in those ancient Convergent Domain ruins. Convergent Domain? Ruins? You look around. The landscape is nothing like you've ever seen before. Dry, cracked soil gives way to steep cliffs, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the dry air wick away the moisture in lips. Wait, what the heck is that cute little nose doing on your little face? No. Glowy thing on the ground. You point it out. Utopia gives it a nudge with her foot. Beats me, she says. You unearth the object. It's pulsing with light and warm to the touch. Hold up, Utopia says. Don't just go picking things up, Solanace. It could be radioactive, you know? Utopia waves her hollow palm crystal over it, then checks the interface. Only a little, she concludes. Whatever it is, it looks old, like thousands of years old. We've been digging up glowing gadgets all over this region, but got no clue what they're for. You hang on to that one, maybe you'll figure it out. Oh, okay. And what is that? Crystal stuff way down below. Oh, those? Utopia says, pointing to a crystal formation so densely packed into the ravine that it looks like a sparkling river. More outcroppings of crystals decorate the slopes. They're all over the place. Be careful with them. Not sure if they're animal, vegetable, or mineral. She points off in the distance. There's a big island of them over there, like a glacier. Covers the whole damn place. Might be related to the Convergent Domain, but we ain't sure yet. Oh, okay. And what's that cute little nose doing on your cute little face? Utopia narrows her eyes at you and just stares you down. Then she breaks into a grin. I don't know what you're playing at, Solanace. She puts extra emphasis on her accent, but you ain't getting any special treatment from yours truly just for buttering me up. You have to pull your weight just like the rest of the surveyors here. Now go on, kid. Try not to fall off a cliff. Yes, I can run through the ridge without being stopped. Yes, 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 yes. Flower. Actually, this is the cave, right? I don't know if I should go for the cave right away. Because that's a tough cookie. Trying to remember what events are where. This is the cool rock that dislikes. You investigate a weird squeaking noise, eventually following it to its source. An undulating swarm of sleek creatures are gathered on the cliff above you. Maybe this isn't it. You watch as they throw their tiny bodies off of the edge, plummeting past you and out of sight. They scream and screech in excitement. Okay, weird. Get close to investigate. You pick your way down the slope, finding a second herd of miraculously unharmed weasels at the bottom. As you watch them, one lands on your head, squeaking indignantly. It goes to the rest of its kin. Ouch! You know what I figured out? I think these weasels are supposed to be a reference to Finji, which is the publisher for the game. because their logo is a little weasel that looks like this, kind of, but without the flowers. You hear the flapping of wings and look up. A whole colony of pink and orange Dorbs moth clings to the rock overhead, nearly camouflaged. As the squealing of the weasels above reaches a fever pitch, the Dorbs moth restlessly take off from the cliff and flutter around. As you watch as one of the little creatures pitches off the edge of the cliff and lands square on a Dorbs moth's back, sending them both plummeting to the bottom. As the large moth crashes fatally into the ground, the weasel curls its body and bounces harmlessly away, then scurries back to feed on its prey. Ooh, bounce weasels. You record the screeching noise on your holopalm. What a noise! Oh yeah, and then something will happen if I go to geoponics now. Is this one? Utopia has sent you and Dis to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close, you can't help but get the sense that they're alive somehow. They're angular and hard to the touch, but they have a sort of sponginess and warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emit a humming noise. Dis pokes one with his finger. Weird. It almost looks like they're breathing. Study them. Right, 33. Maybe we can do this. Yeah! You notice that they hum the loudest at midday, under the full sun. The few crystals that have grown under the shaded outcroppings are less vibrant than the others. They kind of look like convergent domain tech, don't they? Dis says. Like the organic obsidian or the crystals embedded in the ruins. I'm gonna try blocking the crystal's sun. On a hunch, you cover one up with some ferns. After an hour, it stops vibrating. Something deep inside it has gone dormant. The crystal turns clear like the ones that were shadowed naturally. When you remove the fronds, its color returns. Oh, so it's like photosynthesis, Dis exclaims, but it's not a plant, right? Try uprooting one. They do indeed have roots, and they're really tough. Crystals with roots, dang. You dig around the base of one and expose them so you can see. They're made of the same glass, but rough and frosted and warm, much warmer than the surrounding soil. The roots go down deeper than you can dig. You won't be able to remove one without breaking it. All right, I'll try to break it. You wiggle one of the crystals like a loose tooth. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Boom! Oh no! You're thrown by the explosion. When the dust settles and you brush off the shards of warm crystal, you realize that some of the nearby crystals have also exploded. Are they connected underground? Yes! I know a mycorrhizal network when I see one, Dis exclaims. They're alive, like fungus, but also kind of artificial, like the convergent domains buildings. I bet they were used to harvest energy from sunlight, like living solar panels. I wonder if they've been growing wild all this time or if they still power something. He stops. Wait, are you okay, Solanacy? Yeah, I just got exploded. You dust yourself off and scribble excitedly in your survey notes. This is an important scientific discovery. That did a number on me. Alright, well, I should probably give the boss a shot before I get kicked out by stress. Alright, let's give the boss a shot. Expeditions has been collecting energy readings from this area, tracing the invisible ley lines of power, like the one from the thumper that brought you here in the first place. They pointed you to this cave, a nexus of power at the convergence of many lines. You can feel the energy is different here, like a barely perceivable hum that prickles up the back of your neck like something is watching you. It's likely this was some sort of important place for the convergent domain, Utopia says, leaning on her glider. I've sent teams through, but it gets mighty tight in there. I'm hoping you and Dis might have better luck wiggling in there, she continues. Might be the caves inside open up again. If they do, take plenty of readings and report back to me. Dis is vibrating beside you on nearly the same frequency as the weird power fluctuations. This is the real deal, he whispers, mostly to himself. Utopia nods and leaves you to it. What's the plan? Prep your caving equipment. This time you get headlamps, and a little recording drone with a floodlight attachment, and tiny buzzy flying thing that circles around your heads and sometimes illuminates what you want to look at. It's intelligent, which just means it won't do what you want. Dis bats at an annoyance. Utopia also left you an anti-grav belt with a warning to practice extreme caution while spelunking down there. They make you lighter so you can climb more easily and won't hurt yourself as much as you fall. Alright, let's see if we can do this, because this is tough. The narrow entrance leads to a bigger room that the animals have clearly used as a den. It's enormous, with glowing mushrooms on the walls and piles of bones in some crevices. In some places, the walls are made of iridescent convergent domain obsidian, like this was once a great hall millennia ago. You can feel a cool breeze coming from somewhere, but it'll be tricky to find in the dark. Let's find a way in deeper, do our best. See, that's 106. This is no joke. Maybe it's better if... Put an egg on that. $50. If we can get 50, we'll have to see. I need higher cards. All right, crystal cluster. All right, I'm not frozen. That's good. Ooh, close, close, close. I can push through. Hey, let's go. I've never been able to do this in one try. You find the source of the breeze by tossing some fine sand into the air and watching which way the dust blows. It's a very tight crack. Good thing you and Dis are so small. You squeeze through and have to shimmy along your bellies for about 10 meters, pushing your gear ahead of you. It's uncomfortable, but Dis's excitement draws you on. Past the crack, there are fewer signs of animals. The walls are smooth, grown obsidian, which has a kind of melted rainbow oil slick look. kind of like the background right behind this here. There are deeply carved glyphs on the walls at various intersections, like room designations or street names, you wonder? And other kinds of basins, alcoves grown into the rock, full of odd protrusions, all ancient and warm and inexplicable now. It feels homey. You come to realize the Convergent Domain must have lived underground. That's why there are so few ruins on the surface. As you follow the cave complex down, it's clear this used to be a well-traveled path. The corridors branching off to other places are now blocked off, as if a big earthquake had rattled this whole area. Only this one main path is still clear. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. The floor of the cave slopes downward like a slide. It's quite slippery. I'm gonna pay attention to my footing. You follow the cave system down, 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 all the way to what must be the bottom of the cliffs. You have to climb down a 3-story wall in the last section, and are grateful to your anti-grav belt for making it easier. You're still tired, though. You can see dim light below. Daylight? You emerge into a hidden valley, totally surprised by tall cliffs. Did you just come totally surrounded by tall cliffs? Did you just come down all that way? You're surrounded by ruins of Convergent Domain buildings, in much better condition than the windswept ones on the surface. It's perfectly still here, and as quiet as space itself. What was this? Dis whispers reverentially. Some kind of Converger facility? And it feels so familiar. You remember this place from your dreams, and feel a throbbing sense of importance that is a bit unnerving. Something momentous happened to you here, or will happen to you someday. You poke around a little, then call Utopia and give her your coordinates. She swings down on her glider with extra ones for you and Dis tethered behind it. You're happy you won't have to climb all the way back up. She whistles. Good find, kids. This place didn't show up on any of our aerial scans. Took me a while to find a route in. You look bushed. She says, I'll stick around to get some readings, but you head on back to the depot and get some rest. Don't worry, we aren't going to push on without you. Yeah, I have to go home. But hey, let's go. I was able to do that in one try. Early dust. You catch your parents muttering about the new governor and people from the heliopause. Your mom seems to be upset. The word fascists catches your ear. This might be your chance to ask some of the burning questions you've had. Don't bother, they won't tell you anyway. That's true. Rex hasn't got used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Alright, hugs incoming. Rex throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm open! He laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. Have a stick, boy? Nothing dog likes more than the stick, right? It is an enemy's birthday. Nemi looks around at all the new soldiers that arrived in the heliosphere. They look so cool, she mutters. Why didn't we act more like these guys in the first place? Nemi, no! Have an egg. Oh! Nemi gives you a little smile as she accepts the egg. Thank you for remembering my birthday, Solanesi. It's hard without Calm here. Is there any way to save Calm? You're pretty good friends with Rex, aren't you? I wouldn't go around telling everybody that. It might not work out great for you. Just a bit of friendly advice. Here, have an alien device and shut up. Know thy enemy. Dis! Where is he? Dis looks more skittery than usual, looking around the new defenses. There's too many people here now. Too much noise. Too many mouths to feed. Whatever's out there isn't gonna be happy with us. Have an alien device, friend. Dis's eyes light up when he sees your gift. Whoa, he says, taking them from you with uncharacteristic delight. Is this? Where did you find this? It looks like some kind of alien artifact. It's gotta be. Oh, if I go relax in the park, maybe that'll trigger the event now that I saw the weasels. You and Cal walked through a park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank preserved for over 20 years aboard the Stratospheric before your mother started planting them here on Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, though many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bunch of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Wow, they smell so sweet. My mom worked really hard on this. Your mom brought these flower seeds from Earth and somehow found time to cultivate them here, even though there was so much work to do on the farm. It just goes to show there's a lot about your mom that you still don't know. It's so peaceful. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. It really is. This is one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here, the Astrantia, your mother's favorite. That's what I gave to Dis on his birthday. It seems to be growing faster than even native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You practically have to push clumps of it aside in some places just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. It might be about time to let go of this one. Vertumnalia Festival is a welcome time of normalcy, despite all of this. But Governor Lum has to make it weird. But Rex shoots you away from over on the Stratos side, and Nomi makes a silly face. Face is surrounded by other young soldiers looking sharp in their Heliopause uniforms. With Dis standing beside you, you wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. A fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Greetings, people of Vertumna. We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We've worked hard to save this beleaguered little colony from the brink of destruction, and should be proud of our work. I know some of you have been asking, Lum, how are you gonna do it all by yourself? How are you gonna run a colony, solve everyone's problems, and turn this planet into a paradise and look this good? There's a smattering of polite applause. Well, I have the answer for you, he continues. The old council made a lot of bad choices, like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances, so I've appointed the original department heads to my own council, Lum's Council 2.0. Better not disappoint me. He laughs and makes finger guns at the department heads at the foot of his podium. Stay on your toes, Stratos. I also want to promise everyone here today that we're going to make Vertumna safe for humans. Next time those bastard Xenos attack, we're going to blow them in so many little pieces there won't be left enough to wipe our boots. We already got the defenses, gesturing broadly to the new, taller, thicker walls. And we're building homes for everyone. Homes where people can raise children again, knowing our military men and women are keeping us safe. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially from those who lost family in the last attack. Lum goes on for a while. And, but finally we can go do some festivities. At the tables, Aunt Anne and the kids are setting out the spread for dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food, thanks to the Heliopause's big ration surplus. And the piles upon piles of Xeno meat from the hunting parties for those who can stomach it. Anne is all smiles, clearly making an effort to move on, as Lum mandated, despite still mourning her lost son, Calm. Anne! But not even the festive atmosphere can force a smile onto Nemi's face. We should be mourning, not celebrating. Nemi nods. We should have skipped Vertimnalia this year, she says quietly. Can't celebrate being alive when people died. The chime... I can't... Wait, I'm not strong... I can't do anything? I need persuasion, reasoning, and organizing. Oh my god, I'm not strong enough to do anything. I really need to work on my other stats. Oh my god. Combat, persuasion, reasoning, organizing. Oh my god. I am too lopsided. I guess I'm ditching the event. I guess dislike that though. You head off to the wall, where you find Dis. Oh, it's you, he says. Slightly cooler breeze coming from the forest gently tussles his hair. What do you want? I came to find you. You try to say it suggestively, but you aren't sure he understands. Oh, Dis mumbles. He picks out a loose thread on his sleeve, worrying a hole near the cuff of his thumb. That's cool, I guess. By mutual silent agreement, you and Dis stake out places on the wall at a comfortable distance apart. It's peaceful. This place sucks now, Dis says after a few minutes of silence. I can't believe we got taken over by a bunch of stupid soldiers and everyone's down there, playing nice with them and pretending like they're gonna help us. He looks out towards the wilderness. What's out there is bigger than their guns, I know it. After the festivities, the mood in the colony is a lot lighter. See people smiling easier, and often see mixed groups of Helios and Stratos socializing together. Feels like the first time people have actually let themselves relax. All right. Am I missing any birthdays? Yeah, let me double check when the Helios birthdays were. Right, so next month is Cal's. Rex is early pollen. Nomi's today! Oh, I'm glad I checked. Still don't know when Vasa's birthday is. This is the last one. It's Nomi's birthday! Here, have a crystal. Ooh, Nomi exclaims, making grabby hands at the pretty crystal. Happy birthday to me! I can't believe you remembered. Thank you. Hi. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me check if there's the stats here. Oh, Dis. You spot Dis about to head out on expedition. He's carrying a full backpack with a second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook, an actual notebook with paper and everything, braced on his knee with one foot on his equipment. He looks up as you approach and closes his notebook, slipping it into the jacket pocket over his heart. Oh, hey, Solanacy, he says and tucks the pen behind his ear. Are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other. What were you writing? Just stuff, Dis says. Dismissively, I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your holopalm where people could find it. You beg him for more details. Dis huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. How I'm feeling, what the weather is like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm an alien, continues. I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. Do you ever write about me? Dis goes, ah! I got him! Dis goes red and ducks his head. Well, Sure, he says. You're part of the colony, right? And you're my friend, so of course I write about you. You ask to see, but you're interrupted by Utopia calling for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Dis stoops to pick up the surveying equipment and he's gone without another word. He must not want you to know what he's writing about you. Curious. Got him. New boss event spawned. Let's go. Wait, I didn't go around this way yet. Maybe I'm missing some collectibles. Ah. I don't think I went around the right side here either. There's a thumper. Utopia has given you clearance to poke around the ruins in the secret valley. Stars, this place is neat. Dis thinks so too. At least we didn't have to climb back down again, he mutters, but you can tell he's excited. The buildings are arranged in a spiral formation around a central point. They're made of that oil slick obsidian, something that looks like petrified bone, and have parts missing where other organic material has long since rotted away. It's all overgrown with vines and buried in shifting sands. You follow the spokes of the streets until you approach the center of the valley, where a large pyramid-shaped building sits surrounded by thumpers and a variety of other small buildings. I'm gonna check out the pyramid. You walk around the massive pyramid, but you don't see any entrance to it. It's sealed tight. It vibrates with significance and looms hugely in your dream memories. You feel faint just being close to it, but Dis doesn't seem to feel anything. When he insists you give up and investigate something else, you don't complain. Take a look at the thumpers. Oops. The 4 thumpers are in a careful arrangement, forming a square with wide paths between them and the pyramid in the center. One is almost totally reduced to rubble. None are still active. Investigate the other buildings. Smaller, more deteriorated pyramid buildings dot around the valley, purposes unknown. There are also dozens of little obelisks, a couple meters wide with a circular design on one side. You approach a random one of these at the edge of the valley. You lean on one of those round designs, and the iris dilates open, sections grinding back like the world's rustiest automated door. Ooh. Now you're looking through a large round door into a small featureless room. Quite small, quite featureless, totally dark, very creepy. But you can hear a faint hum. Is it still powered? All right, let's see if we can do this. I only have one of these left, but it's locked. I can't add anything to it. I don't know if we can do this, guys. I need to do 55? Maybe. Alright, let's try to reshuffle. No, it froze! Alright, I'm gonna load the autosave. Yeah, it's always the same as before. No, it froze again. Let me try starting right off. Okay. No, it froze! No! Oh my god. Usually when I restart it a few times, it stops that. Oh, nuts. You know, let me do another event first, and then maybe that'll shuffle the cards a little bit. I wanted to check if this flat rock had a new one. Nope. Maybe that happens if I come back here later. You're scaling a huge rock plateau. You're suddenly overcome with an incredible feeling of, oh, this is it. This is it. When you're overcome with an incredible feeling of peace. You've never felt anything like this. You literally feel lighter, like all of your troubles have been lifted away. The feeling is stronger when you touch the rocky surface and you realize it's radiating from the rock. And Dis is here. Dis is sunning himself on top of the rock, stripped down to his shirt. He looks up at you as your shadow falls over him. Oh, he says slowly. You found it too, huh? This must be the place Dis told you about, his favorite place on the planet. The rock that makes him feel happy. You know how he feels now. He shades his eyes from the sun and looks up at you. I haven't told anyone about this place, he says, well, except you. They know, that's how they get you, you know. He says, once they know you love something, they can use it to control you. That's deep, man. Dis shrugs. He doesn't seem to care if you're making fun of him or not. Must be the power of the rock. You're gonna keep it a secret though, right? Dis asks, I don't want this place dug up and studied. It'll ruin it. He scowls. People always ruin things, especially researchers. Some things you don't need to understand. Okay, it's our secret. You do take a few readings though, just because. All data is important. You mark down the location, but fudge the coordinates so anyone they send out afterwards will get lost. You wonder if the rock is natural. Animals seem to really like it, and as you're taking readings, a swarm of Dorbs moth basking on the rock as well, just like Dis. You lie down on the rock beside Dis. letting the strange music fill you with an incredible sense of peace, love, and unity with the universe. All right, let's see if that shuffled up the cards. No, it didn't. Well, maybe it'll do this without freezing. No! No! Wait, I should load 2 autosaves ago because I can use the rock one to heal myself up. Oh shit. I mean, it go quite this far out, but no, you know what? This is good because I can use the spa to get rid of some bad cards. I can get rid of 2 of them right now. Wait, wrong one. All right, let's see the spa. I can apply to work for the kitchen. Yay, kitchen. I should get rid of delusions. I need to get rid of boring. All right. My gear looks like. Cool jacket might... No, just to straights. +1 bonus to pairs. Maybe I'm good. All right, let's try it now. Oh yeah, and there's this again. What are you writing? You ever write about me? All right, let's try that again. Did I go this way? There we go. Alright, Thumper. Give me your best shot. Okay, they're different cards at least. That's nice. $25, that's a better start. $49, that's a little better. Oof. But I can push through. Alright, I'm gonna push through. You walk in, disc close behind, and suddenly the iris closes, the floor lurches, and you're moving down an elevator. The elevator squeals and grinds away like it hasn't been used in literally thousands of years. It doesn't go far, then grinds to a halt as the iris opens to reveal a large room with obsidian walls. Like all convergent domain spaces, it's more cave than room, with stalactites everywhere and giant lumpy mounds of fungus. You wonder if the obsidian stuff they built with melts over time, running and dripping in extreme slow motion. There are consoles on all the walls, like this is some kind of control room, maybe. Most of it is long, dark, and covered with a thick layer of dust, except one device with two weird, bony, knobby sticks poking at it. Alright, touch stuff at random. You poke at things and grab at sticks at random until suddenly you cease to be yourself. You're like a visual, audio, and weirdly tactile representation of something vast. You have a feeling of being in a large and complex space. No, like you are the space, a digital space, like a computer system, as if you were sucked inside a 3D representation of the HoloNet, and you could see files and processes and hold worlds of data, but in alien formats that speak to you more in sensation than logic. You let go of the sticks, and the console room comes back. You grab them again, and understanding fills your head. It's not all that different from your bouts of deja vu remembering, like of memories being inserted into your mind, and you suddenly just know how to use this interface. You think of where you want to go, or what you want to know, and away you go. The word array comes to mind. A network of computers hosting millions of data nodes, information on every part of the planet, from weather to soil conditions to individual creatures. Not just computers, but entities that feel intelligent and also digital, artificial consciousnesses like your ship's AI congruence. They're processing all that data and triggering subroutines to make minute changes on the planet's surface. Then a booming voice enters your brain and obliterates all else, speaking more in abstract thought than in words, but loud. What are you doing in Wormhole Observatory Array Console 5, you nosy little creature? Then an explosion in your head and you're thrown backwards and out of the array. There must have also been an explosion in your hands, which are now singed. The council is blown out and dead. You're shaken. Something didn't like you poking around in there. I like how exploding and burning hands is only 10 stress. And whatever the array is, whatever lives in it has been watching you, or whatever lives in it has been watching you, probably ever since you landed. You tell Dis about the array and the voice saying Wormhole Observatory. He looks around, impressed. The convergent domain was sure up to some shit, he says. And now that you know about the array and how to access it, this could come in very useful if it turns out to be a danger to your colony. You decide to call it a day. Your arms feel all tingly and weak from being electrocuted, and your heart is still thumping a mile a minute, but you'll be back. I'm gonna keep exploring. Alright, we did it. Alright, let's get some of our stuff back by laying on the rock. This is here. So once they know you love something, they can use it to control you. Who's they? Dis gestures lazily. You know, people, the world, life, he says. I like this place because it feels like it's somewhere I'm not just a cog in a machine, you know? You're gonna keep it a secret though, right? Dis asks. I don't want this place dug up and studied. It'll ruin it. He scowls. People always ruin things, especially researchers. Some things you don't need to understand. Okay, it's our secret. You do take a few readings though, just because. All data is important. You mark down the location, but fudge the coordinates. Alright, now we are feeling better. But we're kind of back to where we started because of time passing, but trying to remember, what was that one little path? This one up here. You're treated to a spectacular sight. A fully grown dilly pillar way off in the distance. Its thousands of legs and kilometer of shimmering body snaking in and out of the haze at the bottom of this chasm. You watch it. It's terrifying, just like a train. Oh my god, should we tell Cal his pet might grow up to be a kilometer long? Take some readings. It's so far away, but you record its movement coordinates and take a video for Utopia. Cal, your pet's gonna grow up to be a kilometer long. I feel like a lot of the cool ones aren't the ones that are like directly blocking your path, but I think those are all the ones that's left. Try this one. You're walking along a ridgeline when your foot knocks some rocks down the slope. You anticipate the familiar clatter as they plunge down into the chasm, but realize it's silent. Just the wind? You peer down the slope. Nothing's falling. Wait, the rocks you dislodged with your foot are just floating. You take a step forward and realize you feel much lighter, too, like you've taken off your mountaineering gear. Just, you take another step forward. It's a struggle to keep your foot on the ground. And now it's possible to have both feet off the ground. You're floating! You nudge your foot and let the momentum float you forward a few feet, feeling more untethered by gravity the farther forward you go. The ridgeline is narrow with a steep drop on either side. There's no way around this strange anti-gravity field. If you fall out of it, you might plummet into the chasm. Onward! That's what I thought. Okay. That's the same either way. Oh, wait, no it's not? Okay. So I need 33. There we go. Let's go. You float forward, allowing yourself to rise higher and higher until you're able to swim and tumble through the air with ease. Woo! Wow, you're totally weightless. You float over a shiny, lumpy rock jutting up from the spine of the ridge. As you pass over it, you feel gravity gently begin to embrace you again, pulling you back down. You feel your feet touch the ground on the other side, and your legs immediately give out. What a rush! Mark the location on the map for other surveyors. What about this one? Flies here are awful. They come out in the heat of the day and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt from your sweat. You hope they aren't laying eggs. Dis calls the most annoying ones rod flies because they're long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in clouds around your face no matter how hard you try to shoo him away. He says they remind him of Mars. Oh, God. But there are other ones, too, like the one that's just a big eyeball with a couple pairs of little wings. They make a loud buzzing sound, are always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of those eye flies. There was a whole bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted, has been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dis have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dis has finally given up and just plods forward. It even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. I'm gonna swat that eye fly. Alright. Let's see. Oh. I guess 24 is okay. I don't know. It would be 4 either way. Might as well. Oh, right, neighbors. $40, that's good. The eye fly is like the size of a human eyeball, ew, and made of concentric rings of rainbow hues. Black, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Actually, that sounds cool. You find yourself staring right back at it. You wonder if the rings have something to do with light refraction. You let it land on your arm, and you strike! Ha ha! Got it! Squashed! 10 minutes later, there's a new fly following you. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should just go back. Some of these might be kind of fun. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should just save my energy for once and just go back. All right, it's somebody's birthday. Cal's? Yeah. Cal! An enemy has something. Nemi doesn't notice you approach. She's focused intently on the document on her holopalm, chewing on her nail as she reads through the small print. She jumps when she sees you, looking momentarily guilty. Oh, hey, Solanace. I was just looking over some stuff. The Helios have got all these documents you have to sign if you want to. She trails off, biting her lip. I'm gonna sign up to join with the Helios, she says hesitantly. But there's a part where if you're under 18, you have to have a parent's permission just to sign up as a reservist, and Nemi looks down in the ground and scuffs her shoe in the dirt. My mom's gonna be so mad, she mumbles, so mad, like she's probably gonna cry and it'll be this whole stupid thing, and she takes a deep breath, but I gotta do it, I just gotta do something. She's gonna hate me, but I gotta do it. This is a bad idea, Nemi. Nemi sniffs and rubs her nose with the back of her hand. Maybe it's a real bad one. I don't know. But I just can't sit around and do nothing. Next time those aliens come, I want to be ready for them. I'm not going to get caught off guard again, an enemy says, setting her jaw. When they come back, I want to be able to fight with everything I got. No one else has to die like Calm. Nemi! Nemi gestures angrily to dismiss the hollow screen and puts her face in the hand. She crouches down, small, pressing her hand against her knees. Her head against her knees, and takes an anguished breath. Goddamn aliens, she says. Bunch of dumb, dinosaur-looking assholes. You don't have to do this. You tell her there are other ways to help besides fighting. She stands up and rubs her eyes. Maybe, she says, but this is my best option. I'm not gonna let them take away anything else. Nemi! Well, at least I tried. Don't bother Rex if you like him so much. Cal, happy birthday. Cal is catching a nap sprawled across a pallet of bags of fertilizer. Someone's covered him up with a scratchy burlap blanket. You're about to leave him alone, but he blinks awake and yawns at you. Ugh. Hey, Solanace, he says, rubbing his eyes. Sorry, just catching some shut-eye. It's all hands on deck getting geoponics up and running again. You need me for something? I found something you might like. Happy birthday. Oh, wow, that looks delicious, Cal exclaims. Thank you for the birthday gift, Solanace. You know I love to eat. Rex is sprawled out in the shade of a building, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. I didn't know the air could feel so hot, he pants. I wonder what's gonna happen first, if I'm gonna melt or burn to a crisp. Alright, let's see. I need to do something. Oh right, there's still geoponics. They need to get pest control. Alright, I'm gonna tend the animals. You meet your dad by the animal pens, fresh and ready for your first day at your new job. Your dad laughs at your clean clothes and your scrubbed face. Oh, Pumpkin, sorry to tell you that you're a little overdressed for the position. He chuckles. You're gonna get dirtier than all heck today. Go on, put on these overalls and let's get to work. You change and follow your dad to the float cow pens. He rubs their noses as he points out their names. I know they're cute, but these ladies aren't pets, he says. They're livestock, and more than that, they're not really domesticated. Like our animals back on Earth, they're more like tame. We give all the animals lots of room to roam, and we feed them well. They're not going to get chased down and eaten by bigger animals. And we help them if they're sick. It's a pretty good deal, I think, but they're still pretty wild, he says. You gotta be careful with them. He leans his elbows on the fence. We were pretty lucky that Bertumna has herd animals, he says. Makes it a little easier. Probably have a real domestic animals in a couple 100 years. Well, kiddo, your dad says, spreading his arms. We've got all to learn about animals. What do you want to learn about first? I already know about all of them. Wait, the squeeger! The squeeger that I brought back. Oh yeah, Queen Bee, your dad says excitedly. Well, she's more like an ant. Not that you know what an ant is either. Well, never mind. She's settled in great, he continues. We've got her rooted now, and she's all ready to start having her own little squeegers. Aww. And then those guys are gonna do most of the work caring for her. She's a little grumpy, but I'd be pretty cranky too if I had to stay in one place and lay eggs for the rest of my life. You'll be responsible for squeezing that royal jelly out of her. Glad it's you and not me. Careful of the acid mist. The bristle slugs. I love the bristle slugs. Oh yeah, we got a ton of them, he says. They're great, slow, and easy to catch. Well, I was having trouble catching one. And real gentle. Don't let the spikes fool you. They're actually really cuddly. And don't mind when you pet them. Actually helps them. In the wild, they'd be scratching on all sorts of things to try to knock off those itchy berries. He scrunches up his nose. They're not really berries. They're more like eggs. Well, they're like berries, though, because they're sweet. You know what? Never mind. Vertumnant animals are pretty weird. Sugar bugs. Your dad takes you to a row of crates where soft, squishy sugar bugs are all clumped up together in the moist muck. These guys are pretty cool, too, he says, picking one up. It fits perfectly in his palm. They're a colony, just like us, and if you tickle them, you get sugar bug syrup. Pretty neat, right? Oh yeah, the float cows. I brought one home. The float cow you captured is still here. Look, there it is, he says, gesturing out at the herd. You squint and try to follow where he's pointing. Eventually you see it. Wow, it's much bigger than when you saw it last. It's been eating well. And guess what? Your dad says with a grin. It was pregnant. See all those little floaties? Our first babies. Yay! We got floaty babies. You watch as you smile as you watch the float calves bob alongside their mother. We figured out that if we keep feeding them, but they'd be eating during pollen, he continues. They'll keep making milk year-round, he continues proudly. It makes them heavy enough so that they don't flow away. Otherwise, we'd have to keep them on leads like balloons. Let's get started. Great! Your dad says, clapping you on the back. That's the kind of energy I want to see around here. We might need someone to muck out the float cow stables. They might float, but their poop sure doesn't. Oh my god. He hands you a shovel. Have fun! Alright. Ending the animals. Float cow! Alright, early wet. That means it's Mars's birthday. And I'll just do that before I forget. Mars! Alright, she would be by command. Right, I walked right past her. What's... Mars is poring over a real book. Alright. Happy birthday. Huh. Well, I've had better birthday gifts this year, but I admit this crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Rex is bouncing a small beanbag on various parts of his body, keeping it from hitting the ground. He stops and snatches it out of the air as you approach. Hey, Issel and AC, you want to play? Hugs incoming. Oh, hey, Issel and AC. Oh. You find Rex playing cards by himself in the lounge with an actual physical deck of cards. He looks up as you approach, and it visibly brightens when he sees you sitting up straight with his dog-like ears alert. Well, hey, Solanacy, how's it hanging? You want to play a game with me? I remember this from a previous life. Is it Bottoms Up? I love that game. He blinks at you, surprised. Oh, I didn't know they played it in the colony, he says. You don't remember how to explain to him that you don't, and you just remember him explaining it to you in another life, so you keep your mouth shut. Well, since you already know how to play... Oh god, I don't have enough kudos. What do you want to bet? Can we just play for fun? Sure, Rex says. Whatever you feel comfortable with is fine by me. He winks. Rex shuffles the cards and deals half the deck to each of you, and you begin to play the game. The best thing about this game is it's not very hard to play, Rex says, scooping up his winning cards. It's all about how well you know the other person. And, well, we don't know each other well yet, so what do you want to know about me? I think I've said all this already, so let's play the game. Wait, we played this game before. A memory jolts you from a past life. Rex's last card is high. You can definitely win this even with your high card. Play a high card for a chance to win. You put down your higher of your 2 cards and Rex shouts, "Are you for real?" He laughs, "That was a really risky play. You're lucky I only had a high card left." He turns over his card. "It's higher than yours. You win the game by a considerable margin." Well, I just cheated using my previous lives to win that game. Man, awful. Alright, so I need to rest. I sit on the walls. Oh, hey. Bitch. You're looking for Rex. You're not gonna find him here. Yeah, take your frickin' alien device. This. Everything dies, Diz says, plucking at some dead grass and blowing it away in the wind. Plants, people, civilization, even this planet's gonna die on a long enough timeline. He dusts his hands off and rests his chin on his knees. Why even bother fighting? Why even do anything at all? Alright, maybe he'll feel better if I sit on the walls. The view from on top of the towers is stunning. In almost every direction, you see the untouched beauty of Rotumna spill before you. Well, except for they cut down a bunch of mush trees and all this other stuff, and I'll get rid of idealism. Oh, Dis? Dis is almost at 100. 98, holy F. I have less time with the Helio kids, so I should be giving them more gifts. A present for you. Ah, it makes rainbows. And here, boy. Rex looks up at the sky, a look of awe on his face. The only place I ever seen water fall from the sky before was in the shower, he says, stretching out his hand to let raindrops patter against his palm. There's so much of it. Is it like this every year? Yes, it is. But the dog likes more than the stick, right? Maybe let's see what Cal has to say. Cal waves you as you enter the garden, leaning on a shovel. Hey, Solnacy, he calls out, but his eyes look past you down the path where an enemy is beating the absolute tar out of her training dummy. Her fierce battle cries echo across the colony, making Cal wince. She's been going totally hard lately, huh? He says. He scratches his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it would be good for self-defense. Cal smiles sadly at the memory. I told her I don't want to fight. Not her, not a training dummy, and not anything on this planet. For real. I've never seen her get so mad at me. She called me a baby. Even told me I'm just going to end up forcing everybody to protect me because I'm weak or helpless or whatever. He seems upset and stabs the ground a few times with his shovel. I just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first. What do you think, Solanacy? Sometimes you don't have a choice. Geez, you sound like an adult. Cal grumps. They always see both sides of an argument, but I tried and He shrugs. I just think if you have to hurt someone to get what you need, you don't deserve to have it. But what if your loved ones are in danger? I mean, that's totally scary, but you shouldn't be putting your loved ones in situations where they could be in danger in the first place. What if they attack you first? Cal throws up his arms in disgust. If something attacks you first, you probably did something wrong. Maybe you shouldn't keep going places where things want to attack you. What if your life depends on it? How is that fair? Their life depends on it too, Cal retorts. You can't just decide that you get to live and they don't. What if you're really hungry? Cal frowns and crosses his arms. I mean, that one's kind of on you. It ain't fair to kill something just because you didn't think ahead. I can kind of see your point. I'm glad you think so too. Sometimes I think about the Xeno I had to kill the first time they attacked. Like, obviously I'm glad I'm alive, but now it's dead. His eyes go back to Nemi. She's stopped sparring with the training dummy and is looking up at the gardens as she has the drink. Neither she nor Cal wave at each other. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill it. Cal continues quietly. It just happened. I wish I could tell it I'm sorry. Cal clenches his fist. There's gotta be a way to figure out how to live in peace with all the cool things that live on this planet, he says. Like, hey, look at this weed I saw growing over here. Cal has such strong convictions. It's one of the best things you like best about him, even if some people disagree with him. We spend a few hours with Cal in the garden as he shows off the area that he's getting ready for the next planting season. The adults are starting to trust him with more planning as he gets older, and he beams with pride. When you finally head out, you're just as dirty as he is, but you feel so much lighter. Just want to check if anything... New boss event spawn. Holy F. Okay. I want to remember that. I want to remember that for tomorrow. Maybe I'll just park myself right here so I get the idea. Okay. So I'm gonna save. All right. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I don't know if we're gonna finish the route tomorrow, but I think we're in pretty good position to do so, especially if I push it 15. So we've only got, so I guess we're only technically halfway, but I feel like the last couple of years kind of go by kind of fast. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow if any of you guys want to come back for Friday. But thank you guys for hanging around. And we're getting closer to dis. We're basically at 100. Like, look at this. And yeah. So I don't think there are a lot of you here, so maybe I shouldn't raid today, but yeah, I'm gonna be back for more I Was a Teenage Exocolonist tomorrow. Hope you guys look forward to it and hope I see you tomorrow. You guys have a great evening.